There's a unique kind of silence you only find deep in the wilderness. A quiet so profound it feels heavy. But sometimes, that silence is broken. America's national forests. They are some of the most beautiful, awe-inspiring landscapes on the planet. Millions of us visit them every year to hike, camp, and reconnect with nature. We go there seeking peace, adventure, a break from the noise of our daily lives. But these ancient places hold more than just scenic trails and wildlife. They hold secrets. For decades, these vast, untamed woods have been the setting for some of the most unsettling and inexplicable stories you'll ever hear. We're not just talking about campfire tales. We're talking about first-hand accounts from seasoned hikers, experienced rangers, and everyday campers who went into the forest and encountered something they can't explain. Something that followed them, watched them, and left them with a story that chills the blood. In the clip you're about to see, we're going to explore some of these true, terrifying encounters. So, get comfortable. Maybe turn the lights down a little. We're heading deep into the woods. My name is Caspian Thorn. It's a name that has always felt a little too poetic for the man I see in the mirror. But it's one that has served me well in my line of work. I'm a professional landscape photographer, a title that sounds far more romantic than the reality of hauling 40 pounds of gear through unforgiving terrain and waiting for hours, sometimes days, for a single perfect alignment of light, weather, and shadow. For me, it's never been about just taking pretty pictures of mountains or sunsets. Anyone with a decent phone can do that. My obsession, the driving force that gets me out of a warm bed and into the freezing pre-dawn air, is capturing the genius loci, the spirit of a place. I believe that certain landscapes, particularly as untouched by the relentless march of human progress, retain a kind of memory, an ancient and profound consciousness that you can feel, and if you're patient enough, can even capture. For the better part of a year, my obsession had been singularly focused on a place that, officially, did not exist. I'd first caught wind of it in a footnote within a dusty, leather-bound copy of a 19th century Vermont State Surveyor's Journal I'd unearthed in a Burlington antique shop. The surveyor, a man named Silas Reed, wrote of a grove of Titans, a stand of old-growth eastern hemlocks so vast and ancient he believed them to be remnants of the world that existed before man. He described a place where the air was still and heavy, where the silence was so complete it felt like a physical presence, and where his compass needle danced a mad jig. He abandoned his survey of the area, noting in the margin with a shaky hand, "Some places are not meant for maps." That single cryptic entry was the spark. I spent the next several months in a deep dive of research, cross-referencing Silas's crude map with modern topographical surveys and satellite imagery. The Green Mountain National Forest was a vast, sprawling wilderness, but I began to narrow down a potential search area, a remote, untrailed basin in the southern part of the forest, characterized by steep ridges and dense, inaccessible terrain. There were no logging roads, no hiking trails, not even any old farmsteads noted on the historical maps. It was a blank spot on the canvas of the world, and I became convinced that this was where Silas's Titans were hidden. My final preparations involved a trip to the small towns that bordered my search area. I needed to get a feel for the local lore, the unofficial stories that never make it into guidebooks. The people I spoke to were a study in classic New England reticence. Their words chosen as carefully as stones for a wall. In a general store that smelled of sawdust and coffee, I showed the proprietor, a man whose face was a roadmap of wrinkles, the topographical map of the basin. His friendly demeanor cooled instantly. He took a step back from the counter. "That's the Whisperwood," he said, his voice low. "Don't call it that to the Forest Service. They'll laugh you out of the office. But that's what we call it. My granddad used to say the trees in there, they talk to each other. Not with a sound you can hear, but a feeling you get. A feeling that you're interrupting a private conversation." He polished a glass with a worn rag, his eyes fixed on some point beyond me. People get turned around in there. Not just lost. Turned around. They walk for hours and end up right back where they started. Or they come out a day later with no memory of where they've been, just a deep, unshakable chill they can't ever seem to get rid of. His warning was echoed, albeit more pragmatically, by a young, earnest forest ranger at the district office. I didn't mention the grove, only that I was planning a multi-day photographic expedition into that specific basin. She pulled up the area on her computer, her brow furrowing. "That's an ambitious trek, Mr. Thorne," she said, her tone professional but laced with concern. "There are no maintained trails. The terrain is extremely rugged, and the weather can change in a heartbeat. We've had experienced hikers get into serious trouble in far more accessible areas. Your GPS might be unreliable due to the canopy and the iron content in the rock, and your cell phone will be a useless brick. You'll be completely on your own." She paused, chewing on her lower lip. "And this is off the record, but we've had a few incidents in that basin. Hikers reporting strained feelings of disorientation, auditory anomalies, the sense that they were being watched. We wrote it off as fatigue or the effects of isolation, but it's a pattern." Her words, meant to dissuade me, only solidified my resolve. The warnings, the strange stories, the official denials, it all pointed to the same conclusion. This place was special. It was protected, not by fences or laws, but by its own formidable and mysterious reputation. The day of the hike arrived, a crisp, clear morning in late autumn. The air was sharp with the scent of pine and decaying leaves. I left my car at a small, used trailhead, my pack feeling heavy and solid on my back. For the first few miles, I followed a marked trail that ran parallel to a rushing, rock-strewn river, the sound of the water a comforting companion. But then came the moment of truth. I consulted my map and GPS one last time, took a deep breath, and stepped off the path, plunging into the untamed wilderness. The change was immediate. The forest floor, a soft bed of pine needles, swallowed the sound of my footsteps. The canopy overhead grew denser, a latticework of branches that filtered the bright morning sun into a diffuse, greenish twilight. I was meticulous in my navigation, checking my compass every 100 yards, leaving small, almost unnoticeable markers for my return. A specifically broken twig, a stone placed unnaturally on a larger rock. I was a professional, not a fool. I respected the wild and I took no unnecessary chances. Hours passed. The hike was grueling. A constant negotiation with steep inclines, fallen trees, and thickets of mountain laurel that tore at my clothes. Yet, with every step deeper into the basin, a strange feeling began to settle over me. The ranger had called it a pattern. The old man had called it a feeling. I was beginning to understand. It was a profound and unnerving quiet. Not the absence of sound, I could still hear the scuttling of a chipmunk, the distant call of a raven, the sigh of the wind, but a stillness that lay beneath those sounds. It felt ancient and aware. The sensation of being watched was palpable, as if the very trees were silent, observing my intrusion. It was late afternoon when I found it. I had just crested a small ridge, pushing my way through a curtain of ferns, and I stopped dead in my tracks. My breath caught in my throat. Before me, the ground sloped down into a shallow bowl-like depression, and in that bowl stood the titans. They were colossal. The hemlocks rose 100, 200 feet into the air, their trunks thick as water mains, their bark dark and deeply fissured like the skin of ancient reptiles. Their canopy was so dense and interwoven that it created a permanent cathedral, like gloom on the forest floor below. The air was cool and still, and the silence was absolute. It was the silence Silas Reed had written about, a heavy, weighted presence that pressed in on my ears. I had found it. The grove was real. A wave of triumph and awe washed over me, but it was chased by a cold undercurrent of something else. I felt like a trespasser who had just stumbled upon a sacred and secret ceremony. For a long moment, I could only stand there, a strange paralysis gripping me. The professional in me was at war with the primal, animal instinct that screamed at me to back away slowly, to leave this place to its profound and unnerving peace. But the photographer won out. This was the culmination of a year of my life. This was the shot that could define my career. Shaking off the chill, I slid the heavy pack from my shoulders, the thud as it hit the mossy ground sounding like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. I moved with practiced efficiency, my hands finding the latches and zippers of my camera bag automatically. I assembled my tripod, its metal legs clicking into place with a sound that felt profane, and mounted my camera, a Canon 5D Mark IV. Its familiar weight a small comfort in this alien environment. I began to work, losing myself in the technicalities of the craft. I tried to frame a shot, but the scale was impossible to capture. How do you photograph a feeling? How do you translate this crushing, ancient silence into a visual medium? The light was a photographer's nightmare and dream combined. The thick canopy diffused the afternoon sun into a soft, even twilight, but it was a dead light, flat and without contrast. There were no dramatic sunbeams, no dappled shadows, only a uniform, eerie gloom that seemed to suck the very color out of the world. My light meter gave me readings that made no sense, forcing me to bracket my exposures wildly, hoping one would turn out. As I moved through the grove, a new detail began to unnerve me. There was no life here, no birdsong, no chittering squirrels, not even the drone of insects. The forest floor, a thick carpet of fallen needles that must have been accumulating for centuries, showed no signs of animal tracks. It was a sterile, silent world, preserved under glass. The trees themselves were the only living things, and I felt their presence not as individual organisms, but as a single, collective entity. Their stillness was watchful, their silence judgmental. The sun began to dip below the western ridge, and the quality of the light shifted. The gloom deepened, and a new element introduced itself. Fog. It didn't roll in from one direction. It seemed to materialize from the ground up, coalescing out of the damp air and the moss. It started as thin, ghostly tendrils winding around the bases of the giant hemlocks, but it thickened with astonishing speed. Within minutes, the grove was blanketed in a soft, white shroud, the colossal trees fading into gray apparitions. The fog was beautiful, in a haunting, funereal way, but it was also profoundly disorienting. My world shrank to a radius of 20 feet. The silence, which I thought could not get any deeper, somehow did. The fog muffled everything, including the sound of my own breathing. A very real, very cold spike of fear pierced my professional focus. It was time to go. Now, I began to pack my gear, my movements suddenly clumsy and hurried. I fumbled with the tripod, my cold fingers struggling with the latches. Once everything was secured, I shouldered my pack and turned to leave, my eyes searching for the ridge I had entered from. It was gone. The fog had swallowed every landmark. "Okay, Caspian, don't panic," I muttered, my voice sounding small and thin. "You're a professional. You left markers." I pulled out my compass. I held it flat in my palm, waiting for the needle to settle. It didn't. It spun lazily at first, then faster, a frantic, erratic dance. It was exactly as C.L.S. Reid had described. The compass needle danced a mad jig. My heart hammered against my ribs. Okay, the compass was out. High iron content in the rock, the ranger had said. I had a backup. I pulled out my GPS unit, flipping the protective cover. I waited for it to acquire a satellite lock. The screen flickered, displaying a garbled mess of pixels before showing the message. No SIGNAL. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. I fought it down. I was a rational man. There was a logical explanation for everything. The fog was a natural weather phenomenon. The magnetic interference was geological. The GPS failure was due to the dense canopy. But the explanations felt hollow, thin excuses against a rising tide of terror. My trail markers. I had to find my markers. I started walking in what I thought was the right direction, my eyes scanning the ground, my feet sinking into the sound, dampening needles. I walked for what felt like an eternity, but found nothing. No broken twigs, no carefully placed stones. It was as if the forest had simply erased them, smoothed over my tracks and reset itself. The store owner's words echoed in my mind. Not just lost. Turned around. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was no longer a vague sensation, it was a certainty. I could feel eyes on my back, a cold pressure between my shoulder blades. I spun around, my headlamp cutting a frantic arc through the fog. There was nothing but the silent, gray trunks of the hemlocks, disappearing into the white void. But I knew I wasn't alone. The silence was a lie. It was the held breath of a predator. Then, through the thick, swirling fog, I saw it. A light. It was faint, a tiny pinprick of warm, yellow light flickering in the distance. Hope, desperate and overwhelming, surged through me. Another person. A camper, another hiker, a ranger. It didn't matter. I wasn't alone. "Hello," I yelled, my voice cracking. "Is anyone there?" There was no reply. Only the dead, suffocating silence. But the light remained, a steady, welcoming beacon in the terrifying gloom. I stumbled towards it, my exhaustion forgotten, my legs finding a new strength. I pushed through unseen branches that whipped at my face, my boots catching on hidden roots. The light grew brighter, clearer. As I drew closer, I could see its source. It was a lantern, an old-fashioned oil lantern with a brass frame, hanging from the low, slung branch of a massive, gnarled maple tree. A stark intruder in this forest of hemlocks. And beneath the lantern, a figure was standing, its back to me. Relief washed over me in a dizzying wave. It was a person, a woman. She was dressed in what looked like old-fashioned clothing, a long, dark dress that reached the forest floor, and a simple bonnet covering her hair. She stood perfectly still, seemingly oblivious to my crashing approach. Hello. I called out again, my voice trembling with a mixture of relief and residual fear. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm lost. My compass isn't working. Can you help me? She didn't move. She didn't speak. She didn't even seem to breathe. A new kind of fear, colder and sharper than before, began to snake its way around my heart. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. I took another hesitant step closer, my headlamp beam illuminating the ground around her. And then I saw it. Her feet weren't touching the ground. She was floating, suspended a few inches above the carpet of moss and pine needles, her dark dress hanging perfectly straight, undisturbed by any breeze. She was simply hanging there in the air, as silent and still as the ancient trees that surrounded us. Time seemed to fracture. My mind refused to process what my eyes were seeing, trying to fit it into a logical framework. A trick of the light. A hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear. But the image was unwavering, a sharp, impossible fact burned into the foggy air. My breath hitched, a dry, rasping sound in my throat. I was frozen, my feet rooted to the spot as surely as the trees around me. Every rational thought, every ounce of courage I possessed, evaporated into a wave of pure, primal terror. Then she began to turn. It was not the movement of a living thing. There was no shift of weight, no turn of a head or shoulder. She rotated slowly, stiffly, on an invisible axis, her levitating feet never wavering. A faint, dry creak, like old leather stretching, or the bark of a dead tree splitting, accompanied the movement. The sound scraped along my nerves. The bonnet, which had obscured her features, turned with her body until she was facing me. There was no face. Where a nose, mouth, and eyes should have been, there was only a smooth, pale, and utterly featureless expanse, like an eggshell or a water-worn stone. It was a perfect, horrifying blank. The lantern light flickered across the void of her face, casting no shadows where there should have been contours. The sight broke something inside me. The paralysis shattered, replaced by a singular, overwhelming imperative run. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my lungs, a solid ball of ice. I simply turned and fled, a wild, panicked animal. I ran blindly into the fog, away from the lantern, away from that impossible, floating thing. The 40-pound pack on my back, a testament to my professionalism just an hour before, was now a leaden weight intent on dragging me to my doom. I clawed at the straps, shrugging it off my shoulders. It fell to the forest floor with a heavy, muffled thud, my thousands of dollars of camera equipment, my tripod, my lenses, all of it abandoned without a second thought. My only possession was my terror. I ran with no sense of direction, fueled by pure adrenaline. The forest, which had been passively menacing before, now seemed actively hostile. Low, hanging branches, invisible in the fog, whipped at my face like bony fingers. Gnarled roots snaked across the ground, grabbing at my ankles, trying to pull me down. The profound silence was broken. Behind me, I could hear a sound. It was not the sound of pursuit, not footsteps. It was a soft, wet, weeping sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It echoed through the fog-shrouded trees, a lament of pure misery that was more terrifying than any shriek. It was the sound of utter despair, and it was chasing me. I scrambled up an incline, my hands digging into the damp earth, my boots slipping on wet leaves. I half ran, half fell down the other side, tumbling through ferns and undergrowth. The weeping sound grew louder, closer, a constant, heartbreaking sob that vibrated in my bones. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my heart feeling like it would burst from my chest. I didn't care where I was going, only that I was getting away. The forest was a nightmare labyrinth of gray and black, a world without landmarks or hope. I don't know how long I ran. Time had dissolved into a frantic rhythm of pumping legs and ragged breaths. My vision tunneled, the world reduced to the small patch of ground, illuminated by the bobbing beam of my headlamp. Eventually, my body betrayed me. My legs gave out, turning to rubber, and I pitched forward, collapsing at the edge of a stream. My head struck something hard, a rock, a root, and the world exploded in a flash of light before plunging into absolute darkness. My last conscious thought was of the weeping, which seemed to fade not into the distance, but into the very silence of the woods. I awoke to the gentle warmth of sunlight on my face. For a moment, I was utterly disoriented. I was lying on a bank of soft moss, my cheek pressed against the damp earth. The air was clean and cold, and the sound of a gurgling stream filled my ears. I sat up, my head throbbing, a tender lump already forming where I'd hit it. The fog was gone. The sky above was a brilliant, cloudless blue visible through the canopy of what looked like an ordinary forest of birch and maple. The oppressive, ancient gloom of the hemlock grove was nowhere to be seen. I was alive. The relief was so profound it was dizzying. I scrambled to my feet, my body aching, my clothes torn and caked with mud. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. I was miles from where I thought I was, in a completely different part of the forest. My pack, with my camera, my GPS, my food, and my compass, was gone. I had nothing but the clothes on my back, and a headlamp that was now useless in the bright morning light. It took me the better part of the day, following the stream downhill, to find my way back to a marked trail. Every shadow made me jump. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. The woods no longer felt like my studio. They felt like a place that had tolerated my presence and had violently ejected me. When I finally stumbled out of the tree line and saw my car parked at the desolate trailhead, I almost wept. I never went back. I never filed a report with the Forest Service. What would I have told them? That I was chased by a floating, faceless, weeping ghost. They would have written me off as a madman. Another case of a hiker succumbing to the pressures of isolation. I never told anyone the full story of what I saw beneath that lantern. The photographs I had dreamed of, the ones that were meant to capture the spirit of that place, were lost, swallowed by the forest. But perhaps that's for the best. I had found the genius loci, the spirit of the grove, and it was a spirit of profound sorrow and a terrifying, ancient power. Some places are not meant for maps. Some places are meant to be left alone. The Green Mountains keep their secrets, and I have no desire to uncover any more of them. My name is Dahlia Thorne. For the first 16 years of my life, my family was the custodian of a small, secluded piece of Florida that felt like a world unto itself. We owned a cabin, though the term cabin might conjure images of cozy, snow-dusted logs and cheerful fireplaces. Ours was different. It was a structure of weathered cypress wood and corrugated tin, nestled deep within the vast, sandy expanse of the Ocala National Forest. The cabin stood as a stubborn holdout against the relentless march of the subtropical wilderness, surrounded by the largest contiguous sand pine, scrub forest on the entire planet. To get there, you had to leave the paved roads behind, navigating a labyrinth of sugar, sand trails that were more suggestions than actual roads. trails that would swallow the tires of anything, less than a rugged four-wheel drive. As a child, this isolation was not a burden but a gift. Our life in the city was one of noise, schedules, and concrete. The cabin was its antithesis, a world of profound silence, broken only by the whisper of wind through the spindly pines or the rustle of unseen creatures in the saw palmetto. I spent my summers there, trading television and friends for the company of gopher tortoises and the electric blue flash of scrub jays. My days were measured by the slow crawl of the sun across the bleached white sky. I would wander for hours, the fine white sand warm beneath my bare feet, my pockets filled with interesting rocks and fallen feathers. I learned the landscape intimately, which berry bushes attracted the most birds, where the deer came to drink at dawn, and how to read the tracks of raccoons and armadillos in the damp earth after a rainstorm. It was a simple, wild, and beautiful existence. My guide in this world was my grandfather, a man who seemed as much a part of the forest as the ancient, longleaf pines. He was a man of few words, his skin tanned to the color of old leather, and his hands calloused from a lifetime of working with the land. He taught me everything I knew about the forest, but his lessons always came with a set of rigid, unshakable rules. Don't wander after dusk. Always carry water. And most importantly, under no circumstances were you to go near the sinking pond. It wasn't a casual warning. He would bring it up every summer. Usually on our first day at the cabin, he'd sit me down on the creaking porch swing, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and his usually warm eyes would turn serious, almost cold. He called it the sinking pond. But he spoke the name in a low voice, as if the words themselves had a malevolent power. He described it as a place tucked away in a nearly impenetrable thicket of titi trees and overgrown vines, a place the sunlight struggled to reach. He said it wasn't a natural pond, not like the clear, spring-fed lakes dotted throughout the rest of the forest. This one was different, stagnant, ancient. "It's a hungry place, Dahlia," he'd say, his voice barely a murmur. "It doesn't just take things, it keeps them." Over the years, the legend grew in my mind, fed by his fragmented stories. He told me of a hunting dog that had chased a rabbit into the thicket and never returned. He spoke of tools left too close to its edge, vanished overnight. He even hinted at older, darker stories. Tales from the Seminole people who had inhabited this land for centuries. Stories of a place where the earth was soft and greedy, where the water held the memories of all it had consumed. He said the ground around it was unstable, a deceptive crust of vegetation over a deep, sucking mire. But it was the water itself that he seemed to fear the most. He described it as black and oily, perpetually still, with a strange, sweet smell that clung to the air. The smell of decay masquerading as perfume. As a child, his warnings were more than enough. The image he painted was terrifying, a dark fairy tale that haunted the edges of my otherwise idyllic summer adventures. I pictured a malevolent entity, a sentient patch of land that lay in wait, and I was careful to give the dense, northern part of our property a wide berth. But childhood fears, like all things, eventually fade. As I grew into a teenager, the magic of the forest began to wane, replaced by a restless boredom. The silent trails that once felt full of promise now seemed empty and monotonous. The calls of the birds were no longer a symphony, but a repetitive, annoying chirp. The cabin, once a sanctuary, felt like a prison. At 16, I craved the noise and chaos of the city, the company of my friends, the pulse of a life that felt a million miles away. My grandfather's stories, once the source of thrilling terror, now sounded like the ramblings of an old man, folk tales designed to keep a reckless teenager in line. The sinking pond transformed in my imagination from a place of certain doom into a mystery, a challenge. The day I finally broke his rule was oppressively hot and humid, even for a Florida summer. The air was a thick, wet blanket that made breathing feel like a conscious effort. A thunderstorm was brewing somewhere to the west, but for now, the sky was a hazy, unforgiving white. I was miserable, cooped up in the cabin with nothing to do but listen to the drone of the window unit air conditioner. My grandfather was napping, and my parents had driven into the nearest town for supplies, a trip that would take hours. The boredom was a physical ache, a desperate itching under my skin. That's when the thought, which had been lurking in the back of my mind for years, surfaced with undeniable clarity. The sinking pond. I would just go and look. What could be the harm in that? I wouldn't get close. I'd just see it for myself, prove that it was nothing more than a muddy, overgrown waterhole, and demystify the legend once and for all. The act of defiance was intoxicating. It felt like reclaiming a piece of the forest that had been unfairly stolen from me by fear. Pulling on my sturdiest boots, I slipped out the back door. The heat hit me like a physical blow. I started north, towards the part of the property I had always avoided. For the first 10 minutes, the path was familiar, a sandy track I had walked 1,000 times. But then I had to turn off, pushing my way into the dense undergrowth. The character of the forest changed almost immediately. The air grew still and quiet. The familiar sounds of the scrub, the insects, the birds, died away, leaving a heavy, expectant silence. The trees grew closer together, their branches tangling overhead, filtering the harsh sunlight into a dim, greenish twilight. The ground became softer, spongier, and the sweet, cloying smell my grandfather had described began to permeate the air. It was like rotting gardenias, a sickeningly sweet scent of floral decay. It wasn't hard to find. It was as if the path of least resistance, the subtle parting of the branches, was leading me directly to it. I felt a pull, a strange and unwelcome curiosity that drowned out the last vestiges of my grandfather's warnings. After another few minutes of pushing through, grasping vines and thorny bushes, the thicket suddenly opened, and I found myself standing at the edge of a clearing. There it was, the sinking pond. My grandfather's descriptions, as ominous as they had been, failed to capture the profound wrongness of the place. The sinking pond was not large, perhaps only 50 feet across, and roughly circular. But it was the color of the water that held my gaze. It was a deep, murky olive green, so opaque it seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The surface was coated in a thick, velvety layer of algae, a blanket of vibrant, unnatural green that was broken only by the skeletal branches of a long dead tree, reaching up from the center like a skeletal hand. There was no sign of life. No dragonflies skimming the surface, no frogs on the bank, no fish breaking the water. The silence was absolute, a physical pressure against my eardrums. The air, heavy with that sickeningly sweet smell of rotting flowers, was perfectly still. It was a place that felt paused, holding its breath, waiting. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. A strange mix of triumph and dread washed over me. I had made it. I had faced the monster from my grandfather's stories, and it was just a pond. An ugly, stagnant, smelly pond, but a pond nonetheless. The teenage bravado that had propelled me this far surged back, pushing down the primal fear that pricked at the edges of my consciousness. This was nothing. This was a bog. I had let his stories spook me for years over a simple bog. A wave of disappointment, sharp and almost comical, followed. To prove my victory, to myself more than anyone, I decided to mark my presence. I scanned the ground and found a chunk of limestone, heavy and rough, in my palm. I would break the silence, shatter the unnatural stillness. I drew my arm back and hurled the rock, with all my strength, towards the center of the pond. I braced myself for the satisfying splash, the sound of disruption. It never came. The rock hit the surface not with a splash, but with a thick, viscous thump, like a stone dropped into a vat of oil. The water didn't part or spray. It seemed to yield, to suck the rock in. The ripples that spread outward were slow and languid, moving with an oily, unnatural slowness. They weren't the clean, concentric circles of normal water. They were thick, undulating waves that seemed to heave from some deep, internal sickness. I stared, my arm still tingling from the throw, the triumphant smirk frozen on my face. Every rational instinct screamed that what I had just witnessed was impossible. Water didn't behave that way. The silence that followed was different. It was no longer empty. It was watchful. The feeling of being observed, a classic trope of every horror movie I'd ever seen, became a suffocating reality. My eyes darted around the clearing, searching the dense wall of trees for a pair of eyes, for the source of this sudden, intense scrutiny. But there was nothing. The trees stood silent and unmoving. The feeling wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from the pond itself. My bravado evaporated, replaced by a cold, creeping dread that started in the pit of my stomach and spread through my limbs like ice water. My grandfather's words echoed in my head. It's a hungry place. I took an involuntary step back, my boots sinking slightly into the soft, spongy earth at the pond's edge. The ground felt disturbingly unstable, a thin crust over something hollow and deep. I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to flee, to turn and run back to the safety of the cabin, to the drone of the air conditioner and the familiar creak of the porch swing. But I was paralyzed. My gaze was locked on the center of the pond, on the spot where my rock had vanished. That's when I saw it. A new ripple emerging from the very center of the pond. It wasn't from my rock. This was different. It was a single, deliberate bulge in the water's surface, as if something large had shifted just beneath. I watched. My breath caught in my throat as another ripple spread, wider and slower than the first. And then another. It was a rhythmic, methodical disturbance. It wasn't the random movement of gas or debris. It was the deliberate motion of something ascending from the depths. Time seemed to slow down. The oppressive heat, the drone of insects I hadn't even noticed before, the pounding of my own blood, it all faded into a distant hum. My entire universe was the surface of that murky green water. The sweet, cloying smell intensified, filling my nostrils so thick I could almost taste it. Then, the surface broke. It was a hand. It rose from the algae, choked water with an agonizing slowness, water and green slime sluicing from its form. It was pale, a horrifying, milky white that spoke of long immersion in sunless depths. The skin was bloated and wrinkled, stretched tight over the bones. The fingers were the worst part. They were impossibly long and thin, skeletal, with nails that were dark and broken. The hand didn't flail or grasp. It simply rose, palm up, and rested on the surface as if testing the air, its fingers gently curling and uncurling in a gesture that was both delicate and grotesque. I couldn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a solid knot of terror. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing, trying to find a logical explanation. A mannequin. A prank. But the way the fingers moved, the subtle, independent articulation of each joint, was undeniably organic. Horrifyingly alive. As I stared, a second hand broke the surface a few feet from the first. It was identical, a mirror image of pale flesh and skeletal fingers. Then, between them, the water bulged upward again, and a head began to emerge. It was a tangled, horrifying mass of what had once been hair, now matted with strands of green algae and dark, rotting vegetation. It clung to the skull like a grotesque helmet. The head tilted, and a face was revealed. It was a woman, or what was left of one. Her skin was the same spoiled, milk color as her hands, streaked with dark veins. Her cheeks were hollow, her lips gone, pulled back in a permanent rictus that exposed pale gums and teeth. But her eyes were the epicenter of the horror. They were not eyes at all. They were empty sockets, dark, weeping holes that seemed to suck in the light and reflect nothing but an endless, abyssal darkness. Yet, I felt them on me. I felt their gaze as surely as if they had been living, breathing eyes. The figure paused, half submerged, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. It seemed to be listening, or perhaps smelling the air. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement that was utterly devoid of natural grace, it turned its head towards me. The empty sockets fixed on my position at the edge of the trees. A soundless scream seemed to tear from its lipless mouth, a gaping black hole that promised nothing but decay and silence. The connection was absolute. It saw me. It knew I was there. And in the black, vacant pits of its eyes, I saw a flicker of something ancient and malevolent. Recognition. Hunger. That was what broke the spell. The primal, animal instinct for survival finally overpowered the paralysis of terror. I didn't make a conscious decision to run. My body simply took over. I turned, stumbling backward, my feet tangling in the roots and vines I hadn't noticed on my way in. A raw, guttural sob tore from my lungs as I scrambled away from the clearing, away from the thing in the pond. I ran blindly, crashing through the dense thicket. Thorny branches tore at my clothes and scratched my arms and face, but I didn't feel the pain. The only thing I felt was the chilling certainty that it was right behind me, that a pale, bloated hand was about to close around my ankle. The sweet, cloying smell of the pond was everywhere, clinging to me, filling my lungs, a scent I knew would be burned into my memory forever. I don't know how long I ran. Time dissolved into a frantic, heart-pounding rhythm of crashing through undergrowth and gasping for breath. Every snapped twig behind me was the sound of its pursuit. Every grasping vine was its long, skeletal fingers closing around my ankle. The forest, my childhood sanctuary, had transformed into a hostile, alien landscape. The familiar shapes of trees became menacing figures, and the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy seemed to form leering faces in the leaves. The sweet, suffocating smell of rot and decay was my constant companion, a phantom presence that clung to my clothes and hair, a scent I was convinced I would never wash out. I didn't dare look back. I didn't have to. The image of those empty, weeping sockets was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I burst out of the dense thicket, and onto the familiar sandy trail leading back to the cabin with a strangled cry. The sudden return to the normal part of the woods was jarring. Here, the birds still sang their incessant songs, and the air smelled of pine and hot sand. But the normality felt like a thin, fragile veneer stretched over a deep and abiding horror. I didn't slow down. I sprinted the remaining distance, my lungs on fire, my legs screaming in protest, until I saw the weathered cypress walls of the cabin. It had never looked so beautiful, so solid, so safe. I slammed through the screen door, which shut behind me with a sharp bang, and collapsed onto the cool linoleum floor of the kitchen. I lay there, gasping, sobbing, my body trembling uncontrollably. The sudden coolness of the air-conditioned room was a shock to my overheated skin. For a moment, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the steady, mechanical drone of the window unit. Dahlia. My grandfather's voice came from the living room. It was thick with sleep, but sharpened with sudden concern. I heard the creak of his old armchair, then his slow, heavy footsteps approaching. He appeared in the doorway, his face a mask of confusion that quickly melted into alarm as he took in my state, my torn shirt, the deep, bleeding scratches on my arms and face, my hysterical sobbing. He didn't rush to me or bombard me with questions. He simply stood there for a long moment, his gaze taking in every detail of my disheveled appearance. His eyes, usually so full of warmth, seemed to age a decade right before me. A look of profound, wary resignation settled over his features. He knew. I didn't have to say a word. He knew exactly where I had been. "You smelled it, didn't you?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. I could only nod, pressing my face against the cool floor as a fresh wave of sobs shook my body. He walked over and knelt beside me, his old knees cracking in protest. He didn't try to help me up. He just placed a heavy, calloused hand on my back, a silent, grounding weight. "It's all right, child," he murmured, though his voice was laced with a deep, ancient sadness. "You're safe now. You're out of its reach." We stayed like that for a long time, him kneeling beside me on the floor, his hand a steady presence on my back, until my sobs subsided into shuddering breaths. When I could finally speak, the words came out in a torrent. A jumbled, frantic confession of my arrogance, the thrown rock, the oily ripples, and the horrifying figure that had risen from the water. I told him about the hands, the hair, the lipless mouth, and the empty eyes that saw everything. He listened without interruption, his expression unchanging. When I was finished, the silence in the room felt as heavy and watchful as the silence by the pond. He finally sighed, a long, rattling breath, and helped me to my feet, leading me to a chair at the kitchen table. He poured me a glass of water with a trembling hand, then sat down opposite me. "There are stories you tell children to keep them safe," he began, his gaze fixed on the worn grain of the wooden table. "And then there are the truths that are too terrible for a child to bear. I should have told you the truth." He looked up and his eyes met mine. "That thing you saw, it has a name. Or at least, the people who lived here before us gave her one. Her name was Eleanor." He told me a story I had never heard, a local tragedy that had long since faded from memory into the realm of folklore. In the 1950s, a young woman named Eleanor Vance had lived in a small settlement not far from where our cabin now stood. She was known for her beauty and for her love of wildflowers. She would often wander into the forest for hours, collecting specimens for her pressed flower collection. One summer afternoon, she went for a walk and never came back. The search parties combed the forest for weeks. They found nothing. No tracks, no torn clothing, no sign of a struggle. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed her whole. The official explanation was that she had gotten lost and succumbed to the elements, or perhaps had been taken by an alligator from one of the many lakes. But the old-timers, the ones who knew the land, they whispered a different story. They said she had wandered too close to the sinking pond. They said the pond had taken her. They never found her body. My grandfather said, his voice barely audible, because the pond doesn't give back what it takes. Not really. It changes them. It holds on to them, preserves them in its own way. What you saw, that was Eleanor, or what the pond has made her into. She's the guardian of that place now. She's a part of it. The knowledge was a cold stone in my stomach. This wasn't a random monster, a nameless gull. It was a person, a woman with a name, twisted by a malevolent place into something obscene. My parents returned a few hours later, their arms full of groceries, their faces cheerful from their trip to town. The mood soared the instant they saw my face, and the grim set of my grandfather's jaw. We didn't stay to unpack the groceries. My grandfather told them simply, "We're leaving." There was no argument. They saw the look in his eyes, the terror in mine, and they knew. We packed our essential belongings in a tense, hurried silence. I remember catching my reflection in a window as I carried a bag to the car. My face was pale and drawn, my eyes wide with a horror that felt permanently etched there. And I could still smell it on my skin, faint but unmistakable, the sweet, cloying scent of rotting flowers. We drove away from the cabin that evening and never went back. My grandfather put the property on the mowing week and sold it for a fraction of what it was worth to a timber company that, he said, would likely cut the whole area. He never spoke of the sinking pond or Eleanor Vance again, and I never asked. We both understood that a line had been crossed. A fundamental piece had been shattered, and our time in that forest was over. It's been 15 years. My grandfather passed away a long time ago, but the memory of that afternoon has never faded. It lives in me, a cold, hard knot of fear that tightens its grip whenever I see a body of still, dark water. Sometimes, on hot, humid summer days, I'll catch a faint, phantom scent on the breeze. The smell of sweet, rotting flowers. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that some places are hungry. Some places hold their dead. And deep in the heart of the Ocala National Forest, the sinking pond is still there, silent and waiting, with its guardian resting just beneath the surface, her empty eyes forever watching. My name is Elias. It's a name I barely recognize some days, a relic from a life that feels like it belonged to someone else. Before the mountain, before the hut, before the screaming silence of the snow. I'm writing this down not because I expect anyone to believe me, but because the memory of it has become a poison, and I fear if I keep it locked inside any longer, it will consume what little is left of me. There were 4 of us back then, bound by the kind of easy, unshakable friendship forged in college lecture halls and late night study sessions. We weren't professional adventurers, just a group of city dwellers from Portland who shared a deep affection for the wild, untamed beauty of the Pacific Northwest. Our leader, by sheer force of will, was Liam. He was built like the lumberjacks that were once legends in this state. Broad, shouldered, with a booming laugh and a confidence that bordered on arrogance. Liam saw nature as a challenge, a series of peaks to be conquered and trails to be blazed. It was his idea, of course, to attempt a late-season hike on Mount Hood. One last grand adventure before the winter snows sealed the high country away for the year. Then there was Chloe. If Liam was our group's raw power, Chloe was its intellect and its heart. A resident physician with a mind as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. She was the planner, the pragmatist, the one who packed extra medical supplies and constantly checked the weather forecasts. She approached every hike with a calculated caution, her quiet nature a perfect counterbalance to Liam's recklessness. She had been hesitant about this trip from the start, her brow furrowed as she pointed to meteorological charts on her laptop a week prior. "It's a shoulder season, Liam," she'd argued. "The weather on Hood can turn in an instant. It's unpredictable." Liam had just laughed it off, clapping her on the shoulder. "That's what makes it an adventure, Chloe." Live a little. Rounding out our quartet was Ben. Ben was our tech guru and resident comedian, a software developer who seemed to have a gadget for every conceivable situation. He was rarely seen without his high-end GPS, a satellite phone, just in case, and a drone he'd use to capture breathtaking aerial shots of our exploits. He was wary, perpetually fidgeting, and had a knack for breaking any rising tension with a terribly timed joke. He worshipped Liam's bravado and was always the first to back his ambitious plans, eager for another story to tell. And me. I was the observer, the chronicler. I was the one with the journal and the steady hand, content to walk in the middle of the pack, soaking in the grandeur of it all. I found a quiet peace in the mountains that eluded me in the city, a sense of perspective that put all my trivial anxieties into their proper place. I trusted my friends implicitly, Liam to push us forward, Chloe to keep us safe, and Ben to make us laugh. I never imagined a day would come when none of that would matter. Our target was a lesser-known trail on the mountain's western face, one that promised stunning views of the Zigzag Canyon. The last weekend of October arrived with a deceptive clemency. The air in Portland was crisp and clear, and the forecast, despite Chloe's earlier warnings, promised 2 days of unbroken sunshine. We set off early Saturday morning, the mood in Liam's oversized truck electric with anticipation. Ben was already curating a playlist for our ascent, a mix of triumphant indie rock that felt perfectly suited to the task ahead. Our first inkling that something was amiss came at the ranger station at the base of the mountain. The man behind the counter was old, his face a roadmap of deep, set wrinkles and his eyes the color of the pale, washed-out sky. He looked up from his paperwork as we filed in, his gaze lingering on us for a moment too long. "Headed up high?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "That's the plan," Liam announced, spreading our map on the counter with a flourish. "Gonna hit the Paradise Park loop from the west." The ranger didn't even glance at the map. He just stared at us, his expression unreadable. "Weather Service says it's clear," he stated, though it sounded more like a question. "But the mountain, it has its own ideas this time of year. It gets tired. Likes its rest." He paused, leaning forward slightly. "The snows that come now, they're not the friendly kind. They're hungry. You get caught out, you don't just get cold. You get taken." Ben snorted quietly, Taken by what? The abominable snowmen. The ranger's eyes flickered to Ben, and for a second, they held a hardness that silenced him completely. There are things older than snow on that mountain, son. Things that sleep. The first deep storm wakes them up. He straightened up, stamping our permit with a heavy thud. Just be back before dusk. Don't want to be filing any paperwork on you four. We left the station feeling a little subdued, the old man's words hanging in the air. But as we began our hike, the sheer majesty of the forest quickly dispelled the gloom. The trail was carpeted in a thick layer of rust-colored pine needles, and the air was rich with the scent of damp earth and fir. For the first few hours, everything was perfect. The sun filtered through the dense canopy in golden shafts, the sky above a brilliant, cloudless blue. We were making excellent time, and even Chloe seemed to relax, a rare, genuine smile gracing her lips. The change came without warning. Around 2 p.m., as we cleared the tree line into the more exposed alpine meadows, I felt the temperature plummet. It wasn't a gradual cooling. It was as if someone had thrown open a freezer door. The wind, which had been a gentle breeze, suddenly began to whip and moan, tearing at our jackets. I looked to the west and my heart sank. The horizon, once sharp and clear, was now a churning wall of bruised, purple-gray cloud, moving towards us with an unnatural speed. Lim, Chloe's voice was sharp with urgency. That's not on the forecast. We need to turn back. Now. Liam squinted at the approaching storm front, his usual confidence replaced by a flicker of concern. It's moving fast. We're closer to the old timberline hut than we are to the truck. We can wait it out there. The hut. Ben stammered, pulling his collar tighter around his neck. The map says it's barely a structure. It's marked as an emergency shelter only. Well, this looks like an emergency to me, Liam yelled over the rising shriek of the wind. He was right. The first flakes of snow began to fall. Not the gentle, drifting flakes of a winter postcard, but hard, icy pellets that stung our exposed skin. Within minutes, the world dissolved into a maelstrom of white. The trail vanished. The sky vanished. The mountain itself vanished. We were trapped in a blinding, roaring vortex of snow and wind. The cold was a physical thing, a predator that gnawed at our bones. Panic, cold and sharp, began to set in. Ben's high-tech GPS was useless, its screen just showing our blinking icon in an empty field of white. We were utterly, terrifyingly lost. We huddled together, shouting to be heard over the storm. Following Liam, we pushed on, stumbling through knee-deep drifts, guided by nothing but his desperate hope that he was heading in the right direction. Every minute felt like an hour. The cold was stealing our strength, our resolve. I could feel the first tendrils of despair creeping into my mind, whispering that this was it, that we would freeze to death just a few miles from safety. And then, like a ghost materializing out of the blizzard, we saw it. A dark, angular shape barely visible through the swirling snow. The hut. It was small, no bigger than a garden shed. Its wooden walls dark with age, and its roof sagging under the weight of previous winters. It looked derelict, abandoned, but it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. With the last of our strength, we staggered towards it, shouldering open the heavy, frozen door and collapsing inside, the storm's roar momentarily muffled as we slammed it shut behind us. The immediate sensation upon entering the hut was one of profound, bone-deep relief. The door, a solid slab of rough, hewn timber, slammed shut with a final, booming thud cutting off the deafening howl of the blizzard, as if a switch had been flipped. For a moment, the four of us just stood there in the sudden, ringing silence, panting, our breath pluming in the frigid air. The relative stillness was a balm, but the cold was still a physical presence, seeping up from the floorboards and clinging to our damp clothes. The interior was stark and primitive. It was a single, small room, perhaps 10 feet by 10 feet. Against the far wall stood a small, pot-bellied wood stove, rusted and streaked with soot. To the right were 2 sets of crude wooden bunks, just bare platforms with no mattresses. The only light came from a single grime-covered window, a small square of glass that looked out into the swirling abyss of the storm. The air was thick with the smell of old, cold wood, damp earth, and something else, a faint, musky odor that reminded me of a wet animal, but with a strange metallic undertone I couldn't quite place. "Well," Liam's voice boomed, artificially cheerful as he shrugged off his heavy pack. "It's not the Hilton, but it'll do. Elias, Ben, see if you can find any dry tinder. Chloe, let's check our gear, make sure nothing's soaked through." He slipped back into his leader role with ease, and we, grateful for the direction, obeyed without question, while Chloe began a meticulous inventory of our packs, laying out energy bars and checking her medical kit. Ben and I scoured the small space. We found a small pile of split logs and kindling stacked neatly beside the stove, left behind by some previous, thoughtful occupant. Within 15 minutes, thanks to Liam's relentless effort with a fire starter, a small, hesitant flame flickered to life inside the stove. We huddled around it, extending our numb fingers towards the growing warmth, a collective sigh of gratitude escaping our lips. As the initial adrenaline of our survival wore off, the reality of our situation began to settle in. We were trapped, miles from civilization, in a freak storm that had appeared out of nowhere. Chloe, ever the pragmatist, was the first to voice our shared anxiety. "I tried the satellite phone," she said, her voice quiet but tense. "No signal. The cloud cover must be too dense." Ben, who had been trying to coax his own phone back to life, shook his head. "Nothing. My GPS is still just a blank screen. We're completely cut off." "We're fine," Lime insisted, though his usual bravado sounded a little forced. He was feeding small pieces of wood into the stove, his movements jerky. "The storm will pass. We've got food, we've got shelter, we've got a fire. We'll hike out at first light. It'll be another great story to tell." But the old ranger's words echoed in my mind. "The snows that come now, they're not the friendly kind. They're hungry." I looked around the hut more closely. The walls were covered in carvings, hundreds of them, etched into the wood over what must have been decades. Most were simple initials and dates, the universal graffiti of travelers. But as my eyes adjusted to the flickering firelight, I began to notice other, stranger markings. There were spirals, intricate and dizzying. There were shapes that looked like jagged mountain peaks, but also like rows of sharp teeth. And in one corner, almost hidden behind one of the bunks, was a drawing that made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was a tall, stick-like figure, impossibly thin, with arms that were too long for its body. And it had no face, just a smooth, blank space where its features should have been. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to add to the growing unease. Instead, we tried to create a bubble of normalcy. We ate our cold rations, told stories from college, and tried to laugh. but the laughter was hollow and our jokes fell flat. The storm was a living entity outside, its fury unabated. It clawed at the walls of our little shelter, and the wind moaned through the eaves with a sound that was disturbingly like a human voice. It was around 9 p.m. when we first heard it. We were in the middle of a lull in conversation, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the ceaseless roar of the wind. Then, a new sound. Scray-ape. Scryatch. It was faint at first, coming from the direction of the door. We all froze, our eyes meeting over the flickering flames. What was that? Ben whispered, his face pale in the firelight. Probably just a branch scraping against the wall. Lime said, but he didn't sound convinced. He sat up straighter, his head cocked towards the door. CRATCH, CRP, CRATCH. This time it was louder, more deliberate. It was the sound of something sharp and hard being dragged across the wood. It wasn't a branch. It was methodical, rhythmic. We all fell silent, every muscle tensed. The fire in the stove seemed to shrink, the shadows in the corners of the room growing deeper and more menacing. The scratching was followed by a low, guttural growl, a sound that vibrated through the floorboards and into the soles of our feet. It was a deep, chesty rumble, filled with a predatory hunger that was utterly terrifying. A beer. Chloe breathed, her medical training kicking in as she assessed the threat. Or a Koger. It's trying to get out of the storm. It's not getting in here, Liam declared, his fear transmuting into aggression. He got to his feet and grabbed the heaviest piece of firewood, a thick, gnarled log that looked like a primitive club. He moved to stand beside the door, his large frame casting a giant, dancing shadow on the wall. Go on.
Get out of here!
He bellowed at the door, his voice a mixture of fear and bravado. For a moment there was silence. The scratching stopped. The growling ceased. We held our breath, straining to hear anything over the wind and the pounding of our own hearts. Maybe it had worked. Maybe he had scared it off. Then came the bang. It was a single, explosive impact, as if something incredibly heavy had been thrown against the door with immense force. The entire hut shuddered. Chloe screamed, a short, sharp cry that was instantly swallowed by the noise. Ben scrambled backwards, knocking over his water bottle. G-O-A-double-Y. Liam roared, his voice cracking.
Banig.
Another impact, even harder than the first. This time, the old wood of the door splintered, a long, vertical crack appearing near the latch. Through the newly formed fissure, a sliver of the raging, white blizzard outside was visible, and in that sliver, something else. An eye. It was a single, glowing red eye, the color of a dying ember. It wasn't the eye of a bear or any gargamel I had ever seen or read about. It was devoid of any recognizable pupil or iris, just a uniform, malevolent crimson orb. But the most horrifying part was the intelligence behind it. It wasn't the simple, instinctual gaze of a beast. It was watching us, studying us. It was filled with a cold, ancient hatred that seemed to pierce right through the wood, right through the walls, and into the very core of my soul. I felt a primal, paralyzing fear unlike anything I had ever known. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. We all started screaming then, a chaotic symphony of terror. Ben was sobbing, muttering, "What is that? Oh God, what is that?" Chloe was frozen, her face a mask of disbelief. I grabbed a spare log and hurled it at the door, the impact doing nothing. We all started shouting, throwing whatever we could get our hands on. Water bottles, food packs, small pieces of wood. At the door. a pathetic attempt to scare away the impossible thing outside. Our panicked assault was met with a sound that shattered the night. It was a high-pitched, piercing shriek, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air. It was a scream of pure rage and agony, yet it held a chilling, triumphant quality. It was the sound of the faceless figure from the carving. I knew it, with a certainty that defied all logic. The thing outside began to batter the door with a renewed, frantic violence. Crunch. With each blow, the old wood groaned and splintered further. The crack widened. The door was bowing inwards, the heavy iron latch straining against its housing. We were all screaming, huddled together on the far side of the room, convinced that at any second the door would give way and the thing with the single red eye would be upon us. We were sure we were going to die. Time seemed to shatter into a million frozen shards. The relentless, percussive being, crunch on the door was the only reality. A drumbeat counting down the last seconds of our lives. We were no longer four friends. We were a single entity of pure terror. A huddled mass of meat and bone pressed against the far wall, as far from the splintering wood as we could get. Liam, his makeshift club now forgotten on the floor, was as pale and terrified as the rest of us, his bravado stripped away to reveal the raw fear beneath. Ben was curled into a fetal position, his hands clamped over his ears, his body shaking with violent, uncontrollable sobs. Chloe stood rigid, her eyes wide and locked on the door, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on her cheek. And I was just watching, my mind a strange, calm void, cataloging the details of my own demise. The iron latch, our last bastion of hope, was screaming in protest, the metal groaning and bending with each titanic blow. The crack in the door was now a gaping wound, wide enough for me to see the single, hateful red eye moving within it, scanning the room with its intelligent, predatory gaze. The high-pitched shriek tore through the air again. Closer this time, a sound of triumph that promised a painful, agonizing end. The door bowed inward one last time, the wood splintering into a spider web of cracks. This was it. The next blow would be the last. We braced ourselves, a collective, silent scream trapped in our throats, and then nothing. The attack stopped. Just like that. One moment, the world was a cacophony of violence and terror. The next, it was plunged into an absolute, profound silence. The only sound was the wind, which, as if on cue, seemed to die down from a raging shriek to a low, mournful whisper. The sudden absence of noise was more terrifying than the assault itself. It was unnatural, a vacuum that sucked the air from our lungs. For a long time, nobody moved. We remained frozen in our tableau of fear, our ears straining, waiting for the final, killing blow that never came. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The silence from outside was complete. No growling, no scratching, no screaming. It was as if the creature had simply vanished into thin air. But we knew it was still out there. We could feel it. Its presence was a cold weight pressing in on the hut, a palpable malevolence that seeped through the very walls. Slowly, painstakingly, Liam pushed himself up. He crept towards the door, his movements agonizingly slow, like a man walking on broken glass. He peered through the largest crack, his body tense. He stayed there for what felt like a lifetime, before turning back to us, his face a mask of utter confusion. "It's gone," he whispered, his voice hoarse and barely audible. "There's nothing there." No one felt relief. The fear had burrowed too deep, metastasizing into a paranoid dread that was somehow worse. We didn't speak. We couldn't. What was there to say? How could we possibly articulate the horror of what we had just experienced? We spent the rest of the night huddled together, listening to the silence, the fire in the stove slowly dying out, plunging us into a cold, oppressive darkness. Every creak of the cooling stove, every whisper of the wind, sent a fresh jolt of terror through us. Sleep was an impossibility. We just waited, trapped in our shared nightmare, for the dawn. When the first, pale gray light of morning finally filtered through the grimy window, it felt less like a salvation and more like a judgment. The storm had passed. The world outside was silent and still. It took us another hour to work up the courage to face what lay beyond the door. Liam, his face grim, finally lifted the mangled iron latch and pulled. The door, barely hanging on its hinges, swung open with a tortured groan. We stepped out into a world transformed. A thick, pristine blanket of fresh snow covered everything, sparkling under the nascent sunlight. It was a scene of breathtaking, serene beauty. But our eyes were fixed on the ground around the hut. There were no tracks. None. Not a single footprint. Not a drag mark. Not a disturbance of any kind in the perfect, unbroken expanse of white. It was impossible. The snow was deep, at least 2 feet. Anything, man or beast, would have left a clear trail. But there was nothing. It was as if the creature that had tried to batter its way in, the creature that had splintered solid wood and bent iron, had simply floated on the air, leaving no trace of its physical existence. The only evidence of the night's horror was the door itself, a brutalized, splintered wreck that stood in stark, silent contradiction to the peaceful scene around it. The hike back down the mountain was a descent into hell. We moved like automatons, our minds numb, our bodies running on pure, instinctual survival. No one spoke. The easy camaraderie that had defined our friendship was gone, shattered as completely as the door to the hut. We couldn't look at each other. To make eye contact would be to acknowledge the shared madness, to confirm that the impossible thing we had all witnessed was real. The silence between us was a chasm, filled with unspoken terror and a creeping, insidious doubt. When we finally reached the ranger station, the old man was there, just as before. He took one look at our faces, haggard, haunted, aged by a decade in a single night, and his expression softened with something that looked like pity. "You saw it then?" he said. It wasn't a question. Liam, his voice hollow, just nodded. The ranger sighed, a wary, ancient sound. Some years it sleeps right through. Other years it gets hungry. He didn't ask for details. He didn't need to. He stamped our permit without another word, his eyes telling us he knew a truth we were only just beginning to comprehend. We never spoke of what happened in that hut. Not once. We tried, in the weeks that followed, to go back to normal. We met for coffee, for dinner. But the thing from the mountain was always there, a fifth, silent member at our table. The shared trauma that should have bound us closer together instead acted as a corrosive acid, eating away at the foundations of our friendship. Liam's booming confidence was gone, replaced by a quiet, haunted look. Ben developed a severe anxiety disorder and refused to leave the city. Chloe threw herself into her work, her pragmatism now a shield against a world that no longer made sense. And I just drifted. Our group dissolved, not with a bang, but with a slow, silent fade. It's been 5 years now. I haven't seen any of them in over 3. Sometimes, on cold, quiet nights when the wind howls outside my window, I think about that hut. I think about the carvings on the wall, the faceless man with the long arms. I think about the impossible, pristine snow. And I think about that single, glowing red eye, filled with an intelligence and a hatred as the mountain itself. I know what I saw. We all do. There are no words to describe the terror of that night, and there is no rational explanation to file it away. It exists as a raw, gaping wound in my memory. I know that there are things that live on that mountain, things that sleep in the deep, quiet places of the earth. And I know that they are best left alone, especially when the first hungry storms of winter roll in. Because some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. My name is Dr. Fiona Albright. It feels a bit formal to introduce myself that way, but in the world of academic botany, titles are a form of currency, a shorthand that communicates years of dedication spent in labs and libraries, and, more importantly for me, out in the field. My specialization is in extremophile flora, plants that not only survive, but thrive in environments most would consider inhospitable. I've trekked through arid deserts to document resilient succulents and waded through acidic peat bogs in search of rare carnivorous plants. My work is my passion, a relentless pursuit of understanding nature's most tenacious creations. It is this pursuit that led me, in the late summer of last year, to the breathtaking and profoundly isolated peaks of the Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. The specific object of my research was a species so rare it bordered on mythical, Dendrophylax aphyllus montanus, a variant of the famous ghost orchid. Unlike its swamp-dwelling cousin in Florida, this particular subspecies was rumored to grow only on the high-altitude grassy balds of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Open, treeless summits exposed to the full force of the elements. The grant I'd secured was to confirm its existence, document its unique biology, and assess its conservation status. For a botanist like me, this was the equivalent of an archaeologist finding a lost city. It was the culmination of a decade of research, poring over historical records, anecdotal accounts from long, dead mountaineers, and satellite imagery that hinted at the right ecological conditions. The day began with the kind of crystalline clarity that only a mountain morning can offer. I had set off from my rented cabin well before dawn, the air crisp and carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. The drive itself was a journey into solitude, the paved roads giving way to gravel, which in turn narrowed into a rugged track that was barely passable in my sturdy four-wheel drive. I left my vehicle at a small, unmarked trailhead, a mere whisper of a path that was known to few. As I shouldered my pack, filled with scientific equipment, water, and provisions for a full day, a profound silence settled around me. There were no other cars. The only sounds were the chattering of a distant stream and the sighing of the wind through the hemlocks. I was utterly, completely alone, and at that moment it felt like a blessing. The hike was strenuous, a relentless upward climb that took me through several distinct ecological zones. The lower slopes were a riot of life. A dense deciduous forest of oak and hickory, the air thick with the hum of insects. As I gained elevation, the forest composition shifted. Fraser firs and red spruce began to dominate, their dark, pointed silhouettes stark against the increasingly pale blue sky. The air grew cooler, thinner. The world became quieter. The birdsong faded, replaced by the low, mournful whistle of the wind as it funneled through the high passes. There's a certain point in a high, altitude hike where you feel you've crossed a threshold, leaving the familiar world behind for something more ancient and elemental. I felt it then, a palpable sense of isolation that was both exhilarating and humbling. After nearly 3 hours of climbing, I emerged from the dense tree line onto the bald. The transition was breathtakingly abrupt. One moment I was enclosed in the dim, fragrant world of the firs. The next I was standing under an immense, open sky. The bald was a vast, rolling meadow of alpine grasses and sedges, punctuated by weathered rock outcroppings and hardy rhododendron shrubs. It was a lonely, windswept place, offering a stunning, uninterrupted 360-degree panorama of the surrounding Blue Ridge Mountains. Range after range of hazy, blue, tinted peaks stretched to the horizon. A silent, sleeping ocean of stone and forest. The scale of it was immense, enough to make any human feel infinitesimally small. I found a relatively sheltered spot, near a cluster of rocks, to set up my base. The work was methodical and engrossing. I laid out my transect lines, unpacked my plant press, and began the painstaking process of surveying the area. For hours, I was lost in my own world. My focus narrowed to the few square feet of ground before me, my hands carefully parting the tough grasses, my eyes scanning for the tail sign of the orchid. A pale, leafless stem, almost translucent, with a single, ethereal white flower. The sun climbed high overhead, warming the cool air. The wind was a constant companion, a ceaseless whisper that tugged at my hair and rustled the pages of my notebook. It was peaceful. It was perfect. I was in my element, completely absorbed in content. It was well into the afternoon when I finally found it. Tucked into the lee of a lichen-covered boulder, almost invisible against the pale soil, was a small colony of the orchids. They were more beautiful than any illustration had ever suggested. Delicate, spectral, their white petals seemed to capture and hold the light. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. A wave of pure, unadulterated triumph washed over me. This was it. This was the moment. I spent the next hour documenting everything: GPS coordinates, soil pH, ambient temperature, detailed photographs from every angle. I was so engrossed, so utterly consumed by the scientific process, that the world outside of my small discovery ceased to exist. It was during a brief pause, as I stood up to stretch my aching back and drink some water, that I first saw her. My gaze drifted across the vast expanse of the bald, to a distant, opposing ridge, perhaps half a mile away. Against the backdrop of the endless blue mountains, a figure stood out. It was a woman. Even from that distance, I could make out certain details. She was wearing a dress, not modern hiking gear. It looked simple, perhaps homespun, and was a drab earth-toned color. But it wasn't her attire that held my attention. It was what she was doing. She was dancing. It wasn't a dance of joy or celebration. Her movements were slow, deliberate, and deeply strange. She raised her arms to the sky, then let them fall in a languid, flowing motion. She would turn, a slow, graceful pirouette, her body swaying with a rhythm that seemed to come from the wind itself. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. I lowered my water bottle, my brow furrowed in confusion. Who would be out here, dressed like that, dancing alone on a remote mountain summit? There was no music, no audience, no one else for miles. A flicker of unease, cold and sharp, pricked at the edges of my scientific rationalism. The scene felt wrong, anachronistic, like a frame from an old, forgotten film spliced into the present moment. I watched her for several minutes. A strange mix of intrigue, and a growing sense of dread coiling in my stomach. The isolation that had felt like a blessing just hours before now felt charged with a new, unsettling quality. I was a scientist, a purveyor of logic and reason. There had to be an explanation. She was another hiker, perhaps, with a penchant for performance art or some personal, spiritual ritual. People did strange things. I told myself that. I forced myself to believe it. Shaking my head, as if to clear the strange image away, I turned back to my work. I had a discovery to document, data to collect. I focused on the tangible, on the reassuring solidity of my equipment, and the biological reality of the orchids at my feet. But the image of the dancing woman was persistent. It was burned onto the back of my eyelids, a silent, graceful figure moving against a canvas of blue mountains and endless sky. A little while later, maybe 20 minutes, I couldn't resist the urge to look up again. I scanned the distant ridge, my eyes tracing the line where I had seen her. She was gone. The ridge was empty, just a line of green and gray against the blue. I felt a strange lurch in my chest, a feeling that was equal parts relief and a fresh, chilling spike of fear. I told myself she had simply walked on, descended back into the trees on the other side. It was the only logical explanation. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that she hadn't just walked away. She had vanished. The sun had begun its slow descent towards the western peaks, painting the underside of the clouds in hues of orange and rose. A rational part of my brain, the part that had guided my entire career, noted the time and calculated the remaining daylight. I had maybe 2 hours, 3 at most, before the forest would be plunged into an impenetrable darkness. The logical course of action was to pack my equipment swiftly and begin the long hike back to my vehicle. I tried to anchor myself to this logic, to the familiar, comforting rhythm of scientific procedure. I carefully wrapped each precious orchid specimen, cataloged my final notes, and methodically stowed my gear in its designated place within my pack. Each action was deliberate, an attempt to impose order on a world that had suddenly felt profoundly disordered. But my hands trembled slightly as I buckled the straps of my pack. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. The image of the dancing woman and her subsequent impossible disappearance had fractured my carefully constructed reality. The bald, which had felt like a place of triumph and discovery just an hour ago, now felt exposed and menacing. The wind, no longer a gentle whisper, seemed to mock me with its mournful, ceaseless cry. Every shadow that stretched across the grassy expanse seemed to hold a hidden shape. I scanned the distant ridge one last time. It remained empty, a silent witness to my growing fear. I shrugged it off, a physical gesture meant to dislodge the unease. But it was a hollow, unconvincing movement. She was just another hiker, I told myself again, the phrase becoming a desperate mantra. She found a different path down. That's all. It had to be. With my pack secured, I turned away from the vast, open sky of the summit and re-entered the tree line. The transition from light to shadow was jarring. The forest of Fraser firs, which had seemed so majestic and peaceful on my ascent, now felt like a trap. The dense canopy swallowed the fading sunlight, casting the trail ahead into a premature twilight. The air grew still and heavy, thick with the damp, loamy scent of decay. The silence here was different from the silence on the bald. It was a weighted, watchful silence, the kind that makes the snap of a twig underfoot sound like a gunshot. My footsteps, which I tried to keep steady and purposeful, seemed unnervously loud on the path, carpeted with fallen needles. I walked for what felt like an eternity, my senses on high alert. My scientific mind, usually occupied with identifying flora or observing geological formations, was now engaged in a more primal task: survival. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every flitting shadow in my peripheral vision, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Was that the wind? Or something moving parallel to me, just beyond the veil of trees? Was that the creak of a branch or a footstep? I was a scientist, trained to observe and analyze, but my observations were now filtered through a lens of pure, unadulterated fear. The familiar forest had become an alien landscape, and I, an intruder. The isolation I had once cherished now felt like a vulnerability, a terrifying exposure to whatever else might be lurking in these ancient woods. It was then that I began to hear it. At first, it was so faint. I thought I was imagining it, that it was merely the sound of blood rushing in my ears, or the wind playing tricks on me again. It was a low, resonant sound, almost a vibration felt more than heard. A hum. I stopped dead on the trail, straining to listen. My breath held tight in my chest. The sound continued, faint but undeniable. It was a simple, haunting melody, composed of only a few notes, repeated in a slow, melancholic loop. It seemed to be coming from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the darkening woods. My first thought was relief. It was another person, perhaps the strange dancer from the ridge. She was down here, humming to herself as she walked. The thought was momentarily comforting, a lifeline back to the rational world. Of course, that was it. I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the oppressive quiet. "Hello, is someone there?" The humming stopped. The silence that rushed back in was absolute, heavier and more terrifying than before. I stood frozen, every muscle tensed, my ears ringing in the sudden void of sound. Seconds stretched into minutes. Nothing, no reply. No sound of movement. Just the suffocating stillness of the deep woods. The relief I had felt curdled into a new, more potent form of dread. Why wouldn't they answer? I forced myself to move, to continue down the trail. My pace was faster now, my previous attempts at a calm, measured retreat abandoned. I just wanted out. The humming started again just as suddenly as it had stopped. But this time, it was different. It was louder. Closer. It was no longer coming from some indistinct point ahead, but from a specific location, just around the next bend in the trail. The simple, sad tune wrapped around me, a chilling, invisible presence in the air. It was the most beautiful and terrifying sound I had ever heard. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard, I thought it might break free. My scientific training, my years of logic and reason, were useless now. They were a flimsy shield against a terror that was primal, ancient, and utterly incomprehensible. This wasn't a hiker. This wasn't a rational event. Something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn back, to flee up the mountain to the relative safety of the open bald. But the trail was my only way out, and my car, my connection to civilization, was somewhere at its end. I slowed my pace, my hiking boots making no sound on the soft earth. I approached the bend in the trail with a reluctance that was almost paralyzing. The humming grew louder with each step, a clear, pure tone that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I peered around a thick, moss-covered fir tree, my body trembling uncontrollably. And then I saw her. It was the same woman from the ridge. She was standing in the middle of the narrow trail, no more than 50 feet away. Her back was to me. She was wearing the same simple, homespun dress, its drab color a stark contrast to the vibrant green moss and dark bark of the surrounding trees. Her long, dark hair was unkempt, falling down her back in tangled strands. She was perfectly still, except for a slight, gentle sway, a subtle movement that kept time with the haunting melody she hummed. The sound emanated from her, a tangible thing in the cool, still air. A wave of questions, all of them laced with terror, crashed through my mind. How did she get ahead of me? I hadn't seen her pass. The trail was narrow, with no turn-offs. It was impossible. I called out again, my voice a choked whisper this time. "Excuse me. Are you all right?" She gave no sign that she had heard me. She just stood there, her body swaying, her sad song echoing through the silent forest. I took a hesitant step closer, then another. A cold, creeping dread, far worse than anything I had felt on the bald, began to wash over me. It was an icy premonition that I was about to see something that would change me forever. And as I drew nearer, my eyes were drawn downwards, towards her feet, and my world shattered. Her feet were not touching the ground. She was floating. It was only a few inches, a small, impossible gap between the soles of her worn, bare feet and the carpet of pine needles on the forest floor. Her body swayed gently in the air, untethered to the earth, moved by the rhythm of her own ghostly humming. I froze, my feet rooted to the spot, my mind refusing to process the sight before me. The laws of physics, the fundamental rules that govern my understanding of the universe, had ceased to apply. I was seeing the impossible. The humming stopped. The abrupt silence was a physical blow. For a long moment, she remained perfectly still, a silent, floating effigy in the deepening gloom. Then, with an agonizing slowness, she began to turn her head. Not her body, just her head, a stiff, jerky movement, like a marionette on a string. The cracking sound of vertebrae echoed in the stillness. She turned and turned until I saw her face, and I screamed. I think I screamed. But no sound came out. It was a silent, choked gasp of pure horror. Her face was a mask of tragedy. Her eyes were milky white, opaque, completely devoid of pupils or irises. They were the eyes of a statue, blind and unseeing, yet they seemed to fix on me, to pierce through me. A single, thick tear of blood trickled from the corner of one eye, tracing a dark, crimson path down her pale, ashen cheek. Her lips were parted, pulled back from her teeth, not in a smile or a snarl, but frozen in the shape of a silent, eternal scream. Time ceased to have meaning. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, I was trapped in that tableau of horror, my existence reduced to a single, silent scream locked behind my teeth. The world had dissolved, leaving only the impossible image before me, the floating woman, her face a canvas of eternal agony, her blind, milky eyes staring into my soul, and the single, grotesque tear of blood that seemed to weep for a sorrow too profound for the living world. My scientific mind, my entire identity built on a foundation of logic and observable fact, crumbled into dust. This was not a hallucination brought on by altitude or exhaustion. This was a truth more real and more terrifying than anything I had ever known. It was a sound that broke the spell, not the humming which had blessedly ceased, but a soft, wet, plopping sound. The tear of blood detached from her cheek and fell, landing silently on a patch of moss at her feet. The sight of that small, dark stain on the vibrant green, a tiny mark of impossible sorrow, finally shattered my paralysis. The connection between my brain and my body re-established itself with a violent surge of pure, primal terror. The flight, or fight response, which had been frozen, chose flight with a vengeance. I didn't just turn and run. I exploded backwards, stumbling, my feet tangling in roots I couldn't see. I fell hard, the impact jarring my teeth, my heavy pack driving the air from my lungs. A sharp pain shot through my wrist as I threw my hands out to break my fall. I didn't care. I scrambled back to my feet, crab walking backwards, my eyes still locked on the horrifying figure. She hadn't moved. She just floated there, her head still turned at that unnatural angle, her silent scream aimed at the darkening sky. Then I turned and ran. It was a blind, thoughtless flight fueled by a terror so absolute it eclipsed all other sensations. I abandoned the trail, plunging directly into the dense, trackless woods. Branches whipped at my face and arms, tearing at my clothes and skin. Thorny vines snagged at my ankles, trying to pull me down. I ran with a reckless abandon that defied the terrain, my only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but the image of her face was a fire at my back, propelling me forward. And then, the humming returned. It wasn't coming from behind me anymore. It was everywhere. The sad, simple melody seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, from the very air I was desperately gasping into my lungs. It was a disembodied sound, a ghostly chorus that surrounded me, turning the forest into a labyrinth of sound. It was in my left ear, then my right. It seemed to come from directly above me, then from beneath my feet. It was a tactic of psychological warfare, designed to disorient and terrify. It worked. I sobbed in frustration and fear, changing direction erratically, no longer sure which way was down, which way was out. The forest, which I had navigated with scientific precision just hours before, was now an inescapable maze, and I was the terrified rat at its center. I don't know how long I ran. Time had become a blur of pain, fear, and the ceaseless, haunting melody. At some point, I stumbled back onto the trail. Or perhaps another trail. I didn't know or care. It was a path, and it led downwards, and that was all that mattered. I followed it, my run slowing to a staggering, exhausted jog. Every shadow was a threat. Every gust of wind carried the phantom notes of her song. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my heart seizing with terror each time, fully expecting to see her floating silently behind me, her bloody tear replenished. The darkness was nearly absolute now, the world reduced to shades of black and gray. It was only by a stroke of sheer, dumb luck that I saw it, a small, reflective marker nailed to a tree. It was a sign for the trailhead. A surge of hope, so powerful it almost brought me to my knees, washed through me. I was close. I pushed myself onward, my body screaming in protest. And then I broke through the final line of trees and stumbled into the small clearing where I had parked my car. Never in my life had a simple, man-made object seemed so beautiful. My four-wheel drive was a sanctuary, a steel and glass fortress promising escape. I fumbled in my pocket for my keys, my fingers clumsy and numb. The clinking sound as I finally pulled them free was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. I jabbed the key at the lock, my hand shaking so violently it took 3 tries to get it in. The click of the door unlocking was a thunderclap of relief. I threw myself inside, slamming the heavy door shut and locking it. For a moment, I just sat there in the driver's seat, my chest heaving, my body trembling. The silence of the car a deafening roar after the madness of the forest. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life, its mundane, mechanical sound a balm to my shattered nerves. I flipped the headlights on, and their powerful beams cut a swath of brilliant, reassuring light into the oppressive darkness, illuminating the edge of the forest. I stared at that line of trees, half expecting her to step out of the shadows. Nothing. There was only the forest, silent and dark. The drive back down the mountain was a white-knuckled ordeal. I took the winding gravel roads far too fast, the tires skidding on the loose stones at every turn. My eyes darted constantly to the rearview mirror, fully expecting to see her face reflected in the glass. The haunting melody played on a loop in my mind, a phantom soundtrack to my escape. Every shadow the headlights cast seemed to take on her shape. Every swaying branch was her arm, reaching for me. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway. The comfort glow of streetlights and the sight of other cars a lifeline back to sanity. Only then did I allow myself to pull over. I sat in my car on the shoulder of the road, the engine idling, and I finally let go. I broke down completely, shuddering with deep, racking sobs, the terror and the trauma of the past few hours washing over me in a tidal wave. I never went back to my rented cabin. I drove for 3 hours to the nearest city and checked into a brightly lit, anonymous chain hotel. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed with all the lights on, watching meaningless television until the sun came up. In the morning, I saw my reflection for the first time. My face was scratched and bruised. My eyes were wide with a terror that hadn't faded, and there was a new streak of gray in my hair at the temple. I was 34 years old, but the woman looking back at me from the mirror looked a decade older. Her eyes holding a haunted, ancient knowledge. In the weeks that followed, I tried to rationalize. I was a scientist. There had to be an explanation. Hypoxia, a waking dream, an elaborate prank. But I knew. Deep in my bones, I knew what I had seen was real. The memory was too vivid, the terror too visceral. I did some research, my academic habits dying hard. I scored online archives and local historical society records for any mention of strange occurrences in the Pisgah National Forest. I found scattered accounts of missing hikers, of strange lights on the balds, and a few vague, 100-year-old legends from the Cherokee people about a weeping spirit, a woman who had lost her child in the high peaks and was doomed to wander them forever. Her song a lure for the lost. But there was nothing concrete. Nothing that could explain the floating woman with the milky eyes and the tear of blood. I never published my findings on the ghost orchid. The specimens I had so carefully collected were still in my pack, which I left in the trunk of my car for a month before I could even bear to open it. My groundbreaking discovery was now tainted, inextricably linked to the horror that followed. My passion for my work had been extinguished, replaced by a gnawing fear of the wild, isolated places I had once loved. I don't know who or what she was. A ghost, a nature spirit, a psychic echo of some long-forgotten tragedy. I will never have the answers. My science, my logic, my reason, they are all useless in the face of what I experienced. All I know is that I will never forget her. I will never forget the sight of her, dancing on that lonely bald, or her face, frozen in a silent scream. And sometimes in the dead of night, when the wind howls just right, I can still hear it. A simple, haunting melody, echoing in the deepest, darkest corners of my mind. My name is Ian Thorne. For the better part of my 20s, I've held a belief that the world, for all its mysteries, operates on a set of understandable physical laws. I'm a student of forestry science, and I've always found a deep sense of peace in the logical, observable cycles of the natural world. The forest, to me, was a complex system, not a place of superstition. It was a place of tangible things: granite, spruce, soil, and water. This conviction is what led me to take a job as a seasonal trail crew member with the U.S. Forest Service in the White Mountain National Forest of New Hampshire. It was the perfect summer position. A chance to earn money for my senior year of college while being fully immersed in the subject I was so passionate about. The work was brutally physical, but deeply rewarding. Days were spent with a Pulaski axe or a McLeod tool in hand, carving out water bars to prevent erosion, clearing fallen trees after a storm, and ensuring the ancient footpaths remained accessible to hikers. We were stewards of the wild, and I carried that title with a quiet pride. My crew was a collection of seasoned veterans and young, idealistic people like myself. The older guys, men with leathered skin and eyes that had seen decades of changing seasons in these mountains, were full of stories. Around the crackling glow of a campfire, or during a water break under the shade of a towering pine, they'd speak of the forest's deeper secrets. They talked about strange lights seen dancing on distant ridges, of hikers who walked into the woods and were never seen again, and of a feeling, a palpable sense of being watched, in certain remote valleys. They spoke of the Pemigewasset Wilderness, a vast, untamed heart of the forest, with a particular reverence and caution. They called it the Pemi, and said it held memories older than any tree. I would listen politely, nodding along, but inwardly, I'd categorize their tales alongside ghost stories and folklore, entertaining fictions to pass the time. Nothing more. The mountains were vast and unforgiving, yes, but their dangers were rational sudden weather changes, difficult terrain bears, not ghosts. My dismissal of their warnings was put to the test in late July. Our crew was stretched thin, and a low priority project that had been on the docket for months finally needed attention. A remote, seldom used connector trail on the edge of the Pemi had been heavily damaged by winter blowdowns. It was a multi-day clearing job, and due to staffing, it was assigned as a solo task. My supervisor, a grizzled man named Dave, whose quiet demeanor masked an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest, pulled me aside. He spread a topographical map across the hood of his truck, its surface a dizzying web of contour lines. He traced a thin, dotted line with his finger. "This is you, Ian," he said, his voice raspy. "It's about a 6-mile hike in from the Kankamagus Highway. No one's been out on this section since last fall. It's quiet out there. Real quiet." He looked up from the map, his gaze steady. "You're a good kid. You know your stuff. Just remember the rules, check in on the radio every evening, keep a clean camp, and trust your gut. If something feels wrong, it probably is. The Pemi doesn't care about schedules." I assured him I'd be fine, my youthful confidence overriding the subtle warning in his tone. The prospect of a solo trip excited me. It was a chance to truly be alone with my thoughts, to test my skills, and to experience the untamed beauty of the wilderness on my own terms. The hike-in was arduous but beautiful. The trail quickly devolved from a well-trodden path to a faint impression in the forest floor. The air grew thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The sounds of traffic on the distant highway faded, replaced by the percussion of a woodpecker and the whisper of wind through the canopy. By late afternoon, I found a suitable spot to make camp. A small, level clearing near a gurgling stream, surrounded by a dense stand of birch and fir trees. The solitude was absolute, a profound silence that was both exhilarating and humbling. I felt like the only person on the planet. That first night was utterly peaceful. I ate my dehydrated meal, watched the sun paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, and fell asleep to the gentle murmur of the stream. The forest felt welcoming, a silent host to my temporary stay. I woke the next morning feeling refreshed and ready for the hard work ahead. The second night, however, the character of the forest changed. I was pulled from a deep sleep by a sound that didn't belong. It was faint at first, almost lost in the soundscape of the night, but it was undeniably there. It was a voice. A woman's voice, singing a soft, melodic lullaby. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, my heart beginning to hammer against my ribs. My first thought was logical: another camper. Perhaps someone had gotten lost, or had set up their camp just out of sight. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, but it was woven with an undercurrent of profound sadness, a sorrow so deep it seemed to seep into the very air of my tent. It was a sound of heartbreak, of a loss that could never be mended. I unzipped my tent just enough to peer out. The moon was high, casting a pale, ethereal glow over the clearing. The trees stood as dark, silent sentinels. The singing seemed to be coming from the woods, just beyond the stream, maybe 50 yards away. It was too clear to be the wind, too structured to be an animal. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and thin in the vast wilderness. "Is anyone out there? Are you okay?" The singing stopped, not faded away, but ceased abruptly, as if a switch had been flipped. The silence that rushed back in was no longer peaceful. It was heavy, charged, and watchful. I stood outside my tent for what felt like an eternity, straining my ears, every nerve on high alert. I listened for a reply, for the crunch of footsteps, for anything. There was nothing but the sound of the stream and the thumping of my own blood in my ears. Eventually, shivering from a combination of the night air and a primal fear I didn't want to acknowledge, I retreated back into my tent. I told myself it was my imagination, my mind playing tricks on me in the deep isolation. But I couldn't shake the clarity of that melody, or the crushing sadness it carried. It took hours for me to fall back into a restless sleep, and my dreams were filled with dark woods and the echo of a song I couldn't quite remember. The forest no longer felt like a welcoming host. It felt like a place that was holding its breath, waiting. Daylight did little to dispel the profound unease of the previous night. The forest, which had seemed so vibrant and alive the day before, now felt muted, watchful. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a distant twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I tried to anchor myself in logic, to convince myself that the singing had been a trick of the mind, a phantom created by isolation and fatigue. I was a man of science. There had to be a rational explanation. Perhaps the gurgling of the stream, filtered through the trees in my half-conscious state, had merely mimicked a human voice. It was a flimsy, desperate theory, but it was the only thing I had to cling to. I forced down a breakfast of instant oatmeal that tasted like ash and set out for the trail, swinging my Pulaski with a little too much force, as if the raw physical exertion could drive the memory of that sorrowful song from my head. The work was a temporary balm. I focused on the rhythm of it, the satisfying swing of the axe, the scrape of the MacLeod clearing duff from the trail bed, the percussive thud as I cut through a fallen birch, but the feeling of being watched never left me. It was a constant, prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the kind of ancient, instinctual awareness that tells you you're not alone, even when your eyes confirm that you are. I found myself pausing frequently, my head snapping up to scan the dense woods around me, my ears straining for any sound beyond my own labor. It was mid-afternoon when my world tilted on its axis. I was clearing a thick patch of overgrown mountain laurel near a sharp bend in the trail. I swung my tool to grub out a particularly stubborn root, and it struck something in the dirt with a dull, metallic clink. It wasn't the sound of hitting a rock. My curiosity overriding my fear, I dropped to my knees and dug at the soft, dark earth with my gloved hands. My fingers closed around something small, cool, and smooth. I pulled it free and brushed away the clinging soil. It was a locket. It was clearly old, made of silver, that had tarnished to a dark, moody gray over what must have been many years, with a delicate, floral pattern etched onto its surface. It was an anachronism, a fragile piece of civilization in this rugged wilderness. A fine, broken chain was still attached to the clasp. With a bit of effort, my thumbnail found the seam and I pried it open. On one side, protected by a small, yellowed piece of celluloid, was a faded sepia photograph of a young woman. She couldn't have been much older than me, with dark hair piled high on her head in a style I didn't recognize. She had a gentle, almost timid smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. There was a profound sadness in her gaze, a familiar sorrow that resonated with the ghostly lullaby I had heard. Then I looked at the other side. Engraved in a graceful, looping script was a single name, Eliza. A cold dread washed over me, a chill so deep it had nothing to do with the temperature of the day. Holding the locket felt transgressive, deeply intimate. It was a tangible link to a past I couldn't comprehend, a personal treasure lost to this vast emptiness. The name, Eliza, echoed in my mind. This wasn't a story anymore. This wasn't folklore. This was real. I had found something that belonged to someone. I carefully clicked the locket shut. The sound unnervingly loud in the quiet woods, and slipped it into the chest pocket of my work shirt. I tried to return to my task, but my focus was shattered. The forest now seemed to press in on me, the trees forming an impenetrable wall that blocked out the sky. The air grew heavy, and the silence was no longer empty, but filled with an unspoken, pregnant tension. Every shadow seemed to flicker at the edge of my vision, and I could have sworn I heard the faint whisper of my name on the wind, a sound so soft I couldn't be sure if I'd heard it or simply imagined it. I abandoned my work early, my nerve completely shot. The 6-mile hike back to my campsite was the longest of my life. I felt hunted. I made my evening radio call to Dave, my voice tight and strained as I reported my meager progress. I wanted to tell him about the singing, about the locket, but how could I? He'd think I was cracking under the pressure of the isolation. "Everything okay out there, Ein?" he asked, his voice crackling with static. "You sound a little spooked." "Fine, Dave. Just tired. Long day," I lied, the words feeling like dust in my mouth. That night, I didn't even bother with a fire. I crawled into my tent as soon as dusk began to bleed through the trees, zipping it up tight as if the thin nylon could offer any real protection. I lay there in the suffocating dark, the locket a cold, heavy weight against my chest, and I waited. The singing began just after midnight. It was different. There was no gentle sadness to it now. It was filled with a desperate, pleading quality, And it was much, much closer. It wasn't coming from across the stream anymore. It was coming from the very edge of my clearing. The melody was the same, but the words were clearer, sung in a language I didn't recognize, full of soft vowels and sharp consonants that felt ancient and raw. My scientific mind scrambled for an explanation. A lost hiker from another country. A prankster with a cruel sense of humor. But my gut, the gut Dave told me to trust, knew better with a certainty that terrified me. This was not of my world. Then, the singing faltered, breaking into a sound that turned my blood to ice. It was the sound of weeping. A soft, heartbroken sobbing that seemed to emanate from all around me at once. And then, a voice, choked with those sobs, whispered right beside the wall of my tent, so close I could have sworn I felt the vibration through the fabric. Ian, help me. I was paralyzed. A scream was trapped in my throat, a solid knot of pure, unadulterated terror. My body refused to obey my commands. All I could do was lie there, rigid, listening. The name was not a question. It was a plea. It knew who I was. The weeping continued for what felt like an eternity, punctuated by phrases in that strange, forgotten language. It moved around my campsite. A slow, deliberate circle of grief and despair closing in on me. I could hear the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, the swish of a branch being pushed aside, just beyond the thin membrane of my tent. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to end, praying for the dawn. The logical, rational world I had built for myself had been torn down and replaced by a single, terrifying truth. I was not alone, and whatever was out there with me was in pain, and it knew my name. Sleep was not a refuge. It was a state of terrified vigilance. I lay awake for hours, my body locked in a steer of rigid fear, listening to the sorrowful sounds that circled my tent. The weeping and the whispered pleas finally began to fade with the first hint of dawn, a faint, gray light that slowly filtered through the dense canopy. It wasn't a comforting light. It was cold and sterile, revealing a world that now felt alien and hostile. The moment the sounds ceased, a switch flipped in my brain from paralysis to panic. Survival instinct, raw and overpowering, took control. I didn't think, I just moved. My hands, clumsy and shaking, fumbled with the zipper of my sleeping bag. I scrambled out of the tent, my eyes darting wildly around the clearing. It was empty. The morning mist clung to the ground, and the air was still and heavy. There were no footprints other than my own, no sign of the night's visitor. But the feeling of a grieving presence lingered, a cold spot in the air that I could feel on my skin. My only coherent thought was to get out, to run. I began to tear down my camp with a frantic, desperate energy. My methodical packing routine, drilled into me by training, was abandoned. I shoved my sleeping bag into its stuff, sack without rolling it, crammed my stove and cook pot into my pack without cleaning them, and collapsed my tent by ripping the poles from their grommets. My heart was a wild drum against my ribs, and my breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. I left my trail tools, the expensive Pulaski and McLeod, lying on the ground where I'd dropped them the day before. They were heavy, and they represented a job I had no intention of finishing. They belonged to a world of logic and duty that no longer existed for me. All that mattered was the 6 miles of trail that separated me from the road, from safety, from sanity. As I cinched the final strap on my overloaded pack, my hand brushed against the lump in my chest pocket. The locket. I pulled it out, its tarnished silver seeming to absorb the weak morning light. It felt unnaturally cold in my trembling hand. For a moment, I considered throwing it as far as I could into the woods to be rid of the cursed object that had seemingly tethered this spirit to me. But as I looked at it, a different feeling washed over me, cutting through the panic. It wasn't a feeling of revulsion, but of immense pity. This wasn't just a haunted object. It was the last remnant of a person, a woman named Eliza, whose story was lost to these mountains. Her plea, "Help me," wasn't a threat. It was a cry of anguish from a soul that couldn't find rest. She wasn't haunting the forest. She was trapped in it, and I had become the focus of her desperation. I didn't know how to help her. I couldn't answer the questions of who she was, how she died, or why she was still here. But I knew, with a certainty that came from a place deeper than reason, that I couldn't take the locket with me. It didn't belong to me, and it didn't belong out in the world. It belonged here with her. It was her anchor, and perhaps my leaving it would bring some small measure of peace, or at least release me from its grip. I walked to the center of the trail, to a large, flat rock that was warmed by a stray beam of sunlight. I opened the locket one last time, looking at the sad smile of the woman in the photograph. "I'm sorry, Eliza," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "I don't know how to help you." I gently placed the locket on the rock, closing it so her name was facing up. It felt like a gesture of surrender, an offering. It was the only thing I could think to do. Then I ran. I didn't hike, I ran. I crashed through the undergrowth, my pack bouncing painfully on my back, my lungs burning. I didn't look back. The 6-mile trail became a nightmarish gauntlet. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a watching figure. The wind whispering through the pines sounded like a mournful sigh, and I could have sworn I heard, far behind me, the faint, heartbreaking echo of that lullaby one last time. I stumbled over roots, scraped my arms on branches, and fell multiple times, but I always scrambled back to my feet and kept moving, propelled by a fear that was more powerful than any exhaustion. When I finally burst out of the woods onto the shoulder of the Kankamagus Highway, I collapsed onto the gravel, sobbing with a mixture of terror and relief. The sight of cars speeding past, the sound of their engines, the sheer, mundane reality of it all, was the most beautiful thing I had ever experienced. I didn't report in. I didn't call Dave. I got in my car, my clothes torn and my face scratched, and I drove. I never went back to the Forest Service station to explain myself or collect my final paycheck. I abandoned my post, my job, and a part of myself in those woods. I finished my degree, but my passion for forestry was gone, replaced by a deep-seated fear of the deep woods, of true solitude. The scientific certainty that had once been my anchor was shattered. There are things in this world that defy explanation, forces that operate on laws we don't understand. I know, because I met one. I never told anyone the full story of what happened on that trail. Who would believe me? But I'll never forget. I'll never forget the crushing weight of the forest silence, the cold silver of the locket, or the sad, sweet voice of Eliza, the ghost of the White Mountains, forever singing her mournful lullaby in the lonely woods, waiting for someone to help her find her way home. My name is Jasmine, and what I am about to recount is an experience that has irrevocably altered my perception of the world, stripping away the comfortable veil of modernity to reveal the ancient, breathing truths that lie beneath. It is not a story I tell often, for in the telling, I feel the damp, cloying air of the rainforest fill my lungs once more, and I hear the echoes of a sound that should not exist. But the memory demands to be known, a weight that I can only lighten by sharing. It began, as many journeys into darkness do, with a quest for light, a vacation, a simple escape with friends to the verdant heart of Puerto Rico. There were 4 of us, a tight, knit group from our university days in New York, bound by a shared desire to escape the relentless gray of the city. Besides myself, there was Liam, our self-appointed leader, whose confidence was a magnetic force, though it often bordered on recklessness. He saw the world as a series of challenges to be conquered. Then there was Chloe, a budding photographer and social media influencer who viewed every landscape through the lens of its potential to be captured, filtered, and shared. Her connection to the world was vibrant but curated, a gallery of perfect moments. Finally, there was Ben, the quiet intellectual of our group, a history major who carried books on local folklore, the way others carried water bottles. He was our anchor to the context of the places we visited, though we often teased him for his cautious nature. Our destination was El Yunque National Forest, a place that exists in stark contrast to its own nation. It is the only tropical rainforest in the U.S. National Forest System, a sprawling emerald jewel of biodiversity. The moment we passed the entrance, we were enveloped. The concrete world we knew dissolved behind us, replaced by a wall of impossible green. The air changed instantly, growing thick and heavy with humidity, carrying the rich, loamy scent of decomposition and life, all at once. It was a place teeming with a million tiny movements, a constant, rustling energy that was both exhilarating and deeply intimidating. Our first day was a picture-perfect postcard of adventure. We followed a winding, stone-laid path towards La Mina Falls, one of the forest's most popular attractions. The soundtrack to our hike was the incessant, 2-note serenade of the coqui frogs, a sound so quintessentially Puerto Rican that it felt like the island's own heartbeat. Chloe was in heaven, her camera clicking incessantly as she framed giant ferns unfurling like prehistoric fists and impossibly vibrant orchids clinging to the bark of towering tabanuco trees. Liam forged ahead, treating the trail like a race, while Ben pointed out details we would have otherwise missed. The camouflaged stick insects, the iridescent flash of a hummingbird's wings, the way the sunlight struggled to pierce the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in an ever-shifting mosaic. Even in the bright light of day, however, I felt a strange and profound sense of being watched. It wasn't a menacing feeling, not yet, but rather a deep, abiding awareness that we were guests in a place with rules and a history far older than our own. The forest felt like a single, colossal organism, and we were merely microbes crawling upon its skin. We reached the falls, a beautiful cascade of cool water, tumble a jumble of massive rocks into a crystal, clear pool. It was crowded with other tourists, their laughter and splashes echoing in the grotto. The scene was idyllic, but the presence of so many people felt like a buffer, a layer of familiar human noise that kept the ancient silence of the forest at bay. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, we made our way to a designated camping area. It was a small clearing, offering basic amenities. But as the other day, trippers retreated to their cars and hotels, the forest reclaimed its dominance. The cacophony of life intensified. The coquie's song grew louder, joined by a chorus of insects and the distant hoot of an owl. It was then that we had our first and only interaction with a park official. A ranger. A man with a deeply lined face and eyes that seemed to hold the forest's own shadows, approached our campsite. His name tag read Morales. He didn't smile. "You folks staying the night?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. Liam, ever the charming frontman, stepped forward. "Yes, sir. Just for one night. We have our permit." Ranger Morales nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over our gear, our faces, and then lingering on the wall of trees that pressed in on our small clearing. "You know the rules. No fires outside the designated pits. Pack out everything you pack in, and stay on the marked trails, especially after dark. We're experienced campers," Liam assured him with a confident grin. "We'll be fine." The ranger's expression didn't soften. "This forest isn't like the ones on the mainland. It's older, deeper. People get lost here. They see things they can't explain. They walk off the path for a minute and are never seen again." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "The locals, the old ones, they have stories about the desaparecidos, the disappeared. They say the forest remembers the Taino, the people who lived here for centuries. They say their spirits are still here, and they don't always appreciate visitors who don't show respect." Ben's eyes widened with interest, but Chloe just rolled hers, muttering to me, "Great, ghost stories to boost the tourist experience." Liam chuckled. "We'll be sure not to disturb any spirits." "Ranger." Morales gave him a long, hard look. "See that you don't," he said, before turning and melting back into the twilight, his form disappearing with an unnerving swiftness. His warning cast a pall over the evening. Ben was uncharacteristically quiet, flipping through one of his books with a small frown. Chloe tried to lighten the mood by showing us the 100, or so photos, she'd already edited on her phone. But even her usual bubbly energy felt forced. Only Liam seemed unaffected, scoffing at the ranger's words as superstitious nonsense designed to scare tourists. As night deepened, the forest transformed. The familiar shapes of trees became monstrous silhouettes against a sky thick with stars, unobscured by city lights. The air grew cooler, and the sounds shifted into something more primal and mysterious. We retreated into our tents, the thin nylon walls feeling like a pitiful, inadequate shield against the immense, living wilderness that surrounded us. I lay awake for hours, listening. My heart pounded in time with a rhythm I couldn't place. It was a feeling, an intuition that Ranger Morales' words were more than just a folk tale. This place was sacred, and we were treading on holy ground with our city dweller ignorance. Sometime after midnight, I was jolted from a light doze by a new sound. It wasn't an animal. It was a low, resonant hum, almost too deep to be heard, more of a vibration felt in the chest. It was rhythmic, hypnotic, and it seemed to come from all directions at once. "Did you guys hear that?" Ben's voice was a panicked whisper from the adjacent tent. "Hear what?" "I don't hear anything," Chloe mumbled, half asleep. "But I heard it, and so did Liam." I saw the beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness of his tent as he unzipped the door. "Liam, what are you doing?" I whispered, my voice tight with fear. "I'm going to see what that is," he said, his tone a mixture of curiosity and annoyance. "It's probably just some equipment from a ranger station or something." Morales said to stay put after dark. Ben hissed, "Just leave it. Don't be a baby, Ben. It's probably nothing. I'll be back in 5 minutes." Before we could argue further, he was out of the tent. I watched his silhouette, illuminated by his own flashlight beam, as he took a few steps towards the edge of the clearing. He paused, tilting his head, as if trying to pinpoint the source of the humming. Then, with a shrug we could barely make out in the gloom, he stepped past the tree line and was instantly swallowed by the impenetrable blackness of the jungle. His flashlight beam vanished. The humming stopped. Silence. A profound, absolute silence that was 1,000 times more terrifying than the sound it replaced. Even the coqui frogs had ceased their eternal song. We waited, our ears straining, our breath held tight in our chests. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5. He didn't come back. The 5 minutes Liam had promised stretched into an eternity, each second dripping into a pool of suffocating silence. The forest held its breath, and so did we. The cheerful chorus of the coqui frogs remained absent, their silence a screaming alarm that something was fundamentally wrong. It was a void of sound so completed, felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. Lim. Chloe's voice was the first to break the stillness, a thin, wavering thread of sound. It was immediately devoured by the darkness, leaving no echo. This isn't funny anymore. Ben was a statue of pure terror beside me, his knuckles white where he gripped the fabric of his tent. He's gone, he whispered, his voice raspy. The forest took him. Don't be ridiculous, Chloe snapped, though her voice trembled, betraying her bravado. He's playing a stupid prank. He's going to jump out any second and laugh at us. She unzipped her tent and stood, sweeping the beam of her own flashlight across the impenetrable wall of trees. The light seemed weak, pathetic, illuminating nothing but a few feet of damp vines and tangled vines before being utterly consumed.
Liam!
Get back here, you idiot. Her shout felt like a violation. The silence that answered was heavier, more profound, as if the forest was angered by the intrusion. We waited. Nothing. No rustle of leaves, no snapping twig, no triumphant laugh. He was simply gone. Panic began to curdle in my stomach, cold and sharp. Liam's recklessness had always been a part of him, but this was different. The abrupt cessation of the humming, the sudden, unnatural quiet, it wasn't a prank. It was a response. We have to go after him, I said, my voice barely my own. No. Ben's reaction was immediate and visceral. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. Are you insane? Jasmine, you heard what Morales said. They walk off the path for a minute and are never seen again. This is how it happens. We stay here. We wait for morning. We get help. Wait for morning. Chloe shrieked, her composure finally cracking. He could be hurt. He could be lying out there with a broken leg. We can't just sit here and do nothing.
Going in there after him is suicide!
Ben argued, his voice rising.
We don't know this place!
It's pitch black. We'll get lost in 2 minutes. He was right, and the rational part of my brain knew it. But the image of Liam, injured and alone in that oppressive darkness, was a far more powerful motivator than logic. Chloe was already grabbing her sturdiest shoes, her movements frantic and clumsy. The argument was settled. We couldn't abandon him. With a shared, unspoken dread, we prepared to enter the woods. We armed ourselves with the most powerful flashlights we had, our small beams feeling like inadequate talismans against the overwhelming night. As I zipped up my jacket, my fingers brushed against the thin nylon of my tent, and the ranger's words echoed in my mind, a pitifully inadequate shield. Stepping out of the relative safety of the clearing was like plunging into cold water. The temperature dropped several degrees, and the air grew thick with the scent of wet earth and decay. The moment we crossed the threshold from the campsite into the true forest, the world changed. There was no path. The ground was a treacherous tangle of roots and slick, moss-covered rocks. Towering trees, which had seemed majestic in the daylight, now loomed over us like ancient, skeletal giants, their branches like grasping fingers.
Liam!
I called out, my voice tight. Can you hear us? Only the drip, drip of moisture falling from the canopy answered. We moved slowly, deliberately, trying to keep the faint glow of our campsite in sight. But within a dozen steps, the dense vegetation had swallowed it completely. We were adrift in a sea of black and green. Our flashlight beams cut frantic, narrow tunnels through the gloom, revealing a chaotic world of twisting vines, enormous leaves, and the impenetrable trunks of trees that seemed to move and shift at the edge of our vision. Which way did he go? Chloe asked, her voice laced with rising hysteria. She swept her light back and forth, creating a dizzying, disorienting dance of shadows. Stop that! You're going to make us sick. Ben snapped, his own fear manifesting as sharp, edged anger. He went straight in from the clearing. We just need to keep going straight. But there was no straight in this place. The forest seemed designed to confuse, to turn you around. Every direction looked identical. We tried to maintain a line, calling out to each other every few seconds, our names becoming a desperate mantra against the encroaching silence. Jasmine, here. Chloe, here. Ben, here. The feeling of being watched returned, 10 times stronger than before. It was a palpable presence now. A malevolent intelligence that tracked our every move from the shadows just beyond our lights. I could feel its curiosity, its amusement at our clumsy, terrified intrusion. Twigs snapped just to our left. A rustle in the undergrowth to our right. We'd whip our lights towards the sound, but there was never anything there. The forest was playing with us. Ben stumbled, letting out a sharp cry. My light found him on the ground, his hand clutching his ankle. "A root," he gasped, his face pale in the harsh glare. It wasn't there. I swear it wasn't there. I helped him up, and he leaned on me, his leg trembling. The forest was not a passive environment. It was an active participant in our nightmare. We pressed on, deeper into the suffocating darkness. An hour passed, or maybe it was only 10 minutes. Time had lost all meaning. We were lost, hopelessly and completely. The realization settled on us like a physical weight. Our calls for Liam had grown fainter, more desperate, until they ceased altogether, a tacit admission that we were no longer searching for him. We were just trying to survive. It was Chloe who saw it first. "Wet," she whispered, her flashlight beam fixed on a spot a few yards ahead. "What is that?" We followed her light. There, lying on a bed of damp moss, was Liam's flashlight. It was still on, but its beam was pointed down into the dirt, casting a weak, pathetic glow. It looked like it had been dropped. My heart leaped with a terrible mix of hope and dread. As we got closer, we saw that the flashlight wasn't alone. It lay at the edge of a small, unnaturally bare patch of earth. The ground here was swept clean, almost as if by a broom. And in the very center of this clearing, resting on a flat, dark stone, was something else. It was a small, intricately woven doll-like figure. It was made of dark, twisted vines, adorned with the iridescent, green and blue feathers of a parrot, and woven through with what looked disturbingly like strands of dark, human hair. It was a primitive, powerful-looking object, radiating a palpable sense of ancient energy. Ben let out a choked gasp. He limped forward, his eyes wide with a horrified recognition. "Sim," he breathed, the word a puff of mist in the cold air. "A what?" Chloe asked, her voice trembling. "It's from my book," he said, never taking his eyes off the object. The Tai know they believe that spirits, gods, and ancestors could be housed in objects like this. They were conduits, gateways. They used them in their rituals. As he spoke, a new sound began, faint and distant, but unmistakable. It wasn't the low hum from before. This was a human sound, a chorus of voices, low and guttural, rising and falling in a slow, rhythmic chant. It was hypnotic, deeply unsettling, and it was coming from somewhere ahead of us, deeper in the forest. We stood frozen, caught between the terrifying object at our feet and the approaching sound. The flashlight, the swept clearing, the semi. This wasn't where Liam had gotten lost. This was a destination. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the trees. We were no longer the hunters. We were the prey, and the owners of those voices were coming. The chanting was a physical force, a wave of sound that washed over us and rooted us to the spot. Every rational instinct screamed at us to run, to flee back the way we came, but there was no back. We were untethered from direction, lost in a place that obeyed no compass. The only landmark in our universe was the approaching sound. Terror is a strange motivator. It can lend wings to your feet or turn your limbs to lead. For us, it was the latter. We were paralyzed. 3 statues of fear huddled in the oppressive dark. "Hide," I managed to whisper, the word catching in my throat. My mind, seizing on the only possible action, scanned the impenetrable foliage around us. A thicket of broad, leafed plants to our left, darker than the surrounding shadows, offered the barest hope of concealment. I grabbed Chloe's arm and tugged Ben, who was still staring, mesmerized at the semi on the stone. The movement broke his trance, and the 3 of us scrambled into the undergrowth, crouching low, praying the giant leaves would be enough to shield us. We had barely settled into our hiding place when the first light appeared. It was not the clean, white beam of a flashlight, but a flickering orange glow that seemed to drink the darkness rather than pierce it. It was a torch, held aloft by a figure moving with a slow, deliberate grace that was utterly alien to the frantic energy of our own terrified movements. Another followed, and then another, until a silent procession materialized from the depths of the forest. They were nothing like I could have imagined. Their bodies, lean and wary, were covered in intricate patterns that seemed to glow with a faint, phosphorescent light of their own, swirling symbols that pulsed in time with the rhythmic chant. Their faces were completely obscured by elaborate masks carved from wood and adorned with feathers, shells, and bone. Some masks were fearsome, with gaping mouths and snarling teeth. Others were serene and beautiful, decorated with the iridescent plumage of birds I had only seen in pictures. They moved as one, their bare feet making no sound on the damp earth, their voices the only proof of their passage. The chanting was a low, guttural language that I felt in my bones. It spoke of things ancient and primal, of earth and blood and starlight. It was a sound that belonged to this forest, a prayer from a time long before my own civilization had ever dreamed of existing. We were witnessing something not meant for our eyes. A secret ceremony that had likely unfolded in this very spot for 1,000 years. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, modern rhythm completely at odds with the steady, ancient pulse of the chant. Chloe was trembling beside me, her hand clamped over her own mouth to stifle a sob. Ben was utterly still, his face a mask of academic awe and pure terror. He was seeing the words from his book spring to life, and the reality was infinitely more terrifying than the text. The procession did not stop at the small clearing with the semi. They passed it without a glance, their focus on something deeper within the woods, compelled by a force I cannot name. A horrifying blend of fear and a desperate need to understand what had happened to Lime. We followed. We shadowed them from a distance, moving from one patch of darkness to another, our clumsy, terrified movements a stark contrast to their spectral grace. They led us to a much larger clearing, a perfect circle as if carved from the jungle by a giant hand. At its center stood a single, massive, flat-topped boulder, its dark surface gleaming wetly in the torchlight. It was an altar. The figures formed a ring around it, their chanting growing in volume and intensity, the air itself beginning to thrum with a palpable energy. One figure, taller than the rest, separated from the circle. His mask was the most elaborate of all, a magnificent explosion of iridescent green and blue feathers that shimmered and shifted in the flickering light. He was their leader, their priest. He stepped onto the altar stone and raised his arms to the star-filled sky. He let out a cry that was not a word, but a pure expression of power, a sound that tore through the night and seemed to shake the very trees. In that exact moment, a light erupted from the stone. It was not fire, it was a brilliant, emerald green luminescence that burst forth in a silent explosion, bathing the entire clearing in its ethereal glow. The light pulsed, a living, breathing thing, and I could feel a strange, wild energy wash over me, raising the hairs on my arms. It was a power that was both terrifying and sublime, the raw life force of the forest made manifest. I was mesmerized, completely lost in the impossible sight. The chanting reached a fever pitch, and the figures began to move, a slow, hypnotic dance around the glowing stone. And it was then, in the midst of this terrifying spectacle, that I saw him. For a fleeting second, the green light illuminated a shape, lying upon the altar, behind the priest. It was indistinct, but I saw a flash of a familiar blue fabric, the color of the jacket Liam had been wearing. My breath hitched, a strangled gasp of horror and grief. He was there, he was part of their ritual. I was so fixated on the altar, on the terrible confirmation of my fears, that I didn't notice one of the figures had broken away from the circle. She moved with an unnerving silence, and I only saw her when she stopped a few feet from our hiding place. Her mask was adorned with the vibrant red and green plumage of the Puerto Rican parrot, her eyes hidden in its shadows. Time stopped. Chloe and Ben were frozen beside me. The figure stood perfectly still, her masked face turned towards us. The deafening chant, the pulsing green light, it all faded into the background. There was only this silent observer. Then, with a movement that was infinitely slow and deliberate, she reached up and removed her mask. The face beneath was not what I expected. It was the face of an old woman, her skin a beautiful brown, etched with 1,000 fine lines like a map of ancient rivers. But her eyes were young, and they held the same luminous, impossible green as the light from the rock. They were ancient and all-knowing, and they looked directly into mine. There was no malice in them, only a profound and wary sadness. She held my gaze for a long moment, and in that silence, a story was told. I saw no words, heard no voice, but I understood. I understood the sanctity of this place, the power that resided here, and the terrible price of disrespect. I understood that Liam, with his arrogant confidence, had not simply gotten lost. He had trespassed. He had blundered into a ceremony as old as the mountains, and the forest, in its own immutable way, had taken him. He wasn't just gone, he had been absorbed, consumed, made a part of the unending cycle of this sacred land. The woman's lips curved into a sad, knowing smile. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Then, without a word, she placed her mask back over her face, turned, and rejoined the circle. As if her return were a signal, the ritual began to conclude. The priest lowered his arms, and the green light pulsed one last time, before receding back into the stone, leaving an afterimage burned into my retinas. The chanting softened, fading as the figures turned and began to file back into the forest from which they came, their torches a dwindling line of fireflies. Soon, they were gone. The clearing was empty. The silence that returned was different now. It was not a void, but a quiet filled with the weight of what we had seen. The koki frogs, as if given permission, slowly began their song once more. We didn't speak. There were no words for what we had witnessed. We stumbled out of the undergrowth, our bodies aching and cold. The path back to our campsite, which had been impossible to find before, now seemed clear, as if the forest had finished its business with us and was now showing us the door. The next day, Ranger Morales found us, huddled and shivering in our tents. We told him a fractured, incoherent story of getting lost while searching for Liam. Chloe and Ben's memories were a blur of shadows and fear. They spoke of it later as a shared nightmare, a hallucination brought on by panic. They needed to believe that. I never contradicted them. Liam was never found. The official report lists him as another tragic statistic, one of the desaparecidos who walked off the path and was claimed by the wilderness. But I know the truth. I know that El Yunk holds secrets far older and deeper than any map can show. I know that the ancient spirits of the Tai are not ghosts. They are the forest itself. And on some nights, when the air is still and the city is quiet, I can still feel the pulse of that green light, and I can hear the faint, rhythmic echo of a chant that calls the lost home. My name is Hazel. To be precise, Dr. Hazel Albright. By profession, I'm a botanist, a woman who has dedicated her life to the quiet, systematic study of plants. I find comfort in the logical, in the predictable life cycles of flora, in the way you can identify, classify, and understand the world through the lens of a microscope. My world is one of Latin names, cellular structures, and the patient observation of growth. It's a world of order. My boyfriend Owen is the opposite in many ways, yet perfectly complementary. Owen is a structural engineer, a man who deals in physics, load, bearing capacities, and the unwavering laws of mathematics. He designs bridges and buildings, things meant to stand firm against the chaos of nature. Together, we are a team grounded in logic and the tangible world. We believe in what we can see, measure, and prove. Our annual backpacking trip is our one concession to the untamed. It's a tradition we started 5 years ago, a full week, completely off grid, to disconnect from our structured lives and reconnect with something more primal. We're not amateurs. We plan meticulously. We study topographical maps, calculate our caloric needs, carry a satellite messenger, and practice emergency drills. We prepare for bears, blizzards, and broken bones. We believe that with the right preparation, the wilderness can be navigated safely. It is a complex system, yes, but a system nonetheless, governed by rules we can learn and respect. This year, we chose the Sawtooth National Forest in Idaho. The name itself should have been a warning. The Sawtooths. Not the gentle, rolling Appalachians or the forested Cascades. The name evokes images of something sharp, jagged, and unforgiving. Our goal was a remote body of water called Goat Lake, a speck of sapphire blue on our map, nestled high in a secluded granite basin. The trail reports described it as strenuous but breathtaking, the kind of reward that justifies days of grueling effort. The isolation was the main draw. According to the Park Service, the trail was lightly trafficked, and it was unlikely we'd see another soul for the entire latter half of our journey. That was exactly what we wanted. The drive to the trailhead was a slow, deliberate shedding of civilization. Paved highways gave way to gravel roads, which in turn narrowed into a dirt track that rattled the fillings in our teeth. Cell service vanished 2 hours. Before we even reached the parking area, the last digital tether to the outside world severed. When we finally shouldered our packs and took our first steps onto the trail, the silence of the forest enveloped us. It was a profound, heavy silence, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the path and the whisper of the wind through the towering pines. For the first few hours, the hike was exactly as we'd hoped. The air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. The trail wound through dense forests, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in shifting, dappled patterns. We walked in comfortable silence, our bodies finding the familiar rhythm of the trail. Owen, ever the engineer, pointed out geological formations, explaining how glaciers had carved these anomalies millennia ago. I, in turn, identified the plants. We passed the hardy subalpine fir, the delicate Indian paintbrush, the resilient lichen clinging to ancient rocks. We were in our element, cataloging and understanding the wilderness, taming it with our knowledge. It was around midday on the second day that I felt the first subtle shift. The forest had grown quieter. The cheerful chatter of squirrels and the calls of birds had faded away, leaving a silence that felt less peaceful and more watchful. The air grew still, and the usual forest sounds seemed to have been muffled, as if a thick blanket had been draped over the landscape. Do you notice that? I whispered to Owen, stopping to catch my breath. He paused, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Notice what? That this incline is brutal. He joked, but he scanned the trees around us. It's quiet, I guess. Probably the elevation. Animals are scarcer up here. His explanation made sense. It was logical. But it didn't quell the prickling sensation on the back of my neck. It was a feeling I couldn't name, a primal instinct that something was out of place. I tried to shake it off, blaming it on fatigue. We pressed on, climbing higher, the trees beginning to thin as we approached the timberline. The landscape opened up, revealing the raw, granite heart of the mountains. The peaks were magnificent, a chaotic jumble of gray spires that clawed at the deep blue sky. They were beautiful, but their beauty was severe, almost violent. They looked like the teeth of some colossal, sleeping beast. We found a small, tattered piece of red cloth tied to the branch of a gnarled, windswept pine. It wasn't a trail marker. Our map showed no junctions here. It was old, faded by sun and snow, and it fluttered weakly in the breeze. It seemed like a strange thing to find so deep in the wilderness, so far from any official path. Someone's forgotten laundry. Owen quipped, ever practical. But he didn't smile. He just stared at it for a moment before moving on. I lingered, a cold knot forming in my stomach. It felt like a warning, a territorial marking. I forced myself to walk away, my boots feeling heavier than before. The final push to Goat Lake was the hardest part of the trek. The trail became a scramble over fields of broken rock, each step requiring careful thought. Our lungs burned in the thin air, and our muscles screamed in protest. By the time we crested the final ridge and saw the lake below us, we were utterly exhausted, and it was worth it. The sight was staggering. The lake was a perfect oval of the most intense turquoise water I had ever seen. A liquid gem set in a fortress of gray granite. The surrounding peaks soared into the sky, their jagged reflections perfectly mirrored on the water's placid surface. And we had it all to ourselves. The sense of unease that had plagued me on the trail began to recede, replaced by a profound sense of awe and accomplishment. "See," Owen said, his voice filled with reverence. "This is why we do it." We made our way down to the shore and found a relatively flat spot to set up our tent. The air was cold, but the sun was warm on our skin. As we went about the familiar chores of filtering water and preparing our dehydrated dinner, the world felt right again. We were two logical people in a wild but understandable place. We ate as the sun began to set, watching the incredible spectacle of the alpenglow. The setting sun ignited the granite peaks, painting them in impossible shades of fiery orange, soft pink, and deep purple. It was a display of such overwhelming beauty that it felt almost sacred. As darkness finally fell, a complete and total blackness descended, unbroken by any hint of city lights. The stars emerged, not as faint pinpricks, but as a brilliant, shimmering blanket of diamonds scattered across the velvet sky. The Milky Way was a visible, luminous cloud. It was humbling and magnificent. Then, the mist began. It didn't roll in from the mountains. It rose from the lake itself. It started as thin, ghostly tendrils that slithered across the surface of the water, coalescing into a thick, low-lying fog. It wasn't a normal mist. It seemed to have its own internal luminescence, glowing with a faint, ethereal, pearlescent light in the darkness. It swirled in slow, hypnotic patterns, clinging to the water as if it were a living entity. It was hauntingly beautiful, but as the mist grew thicker, obscuring the opposite shore and muffling the sound of the small waves lapping at the rocks, my earlier sense of unease returned with a vengeance. "I've never seen mist glow like that," I said, my voice barely a whisper, not wanting to break the heavy silence. Owen stared, captivated. Must be a reflection of the starlight on ice crystals suspended in the air. Some kind of unique atmospheric phenomenon. A logical explanation, of course. But as we zipped ourselves into the tent, leaving the strange, glowing mist to wreath over the silent lake, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not observing a phenomenon. We were being observed by one. Sleep did not come easily. Every rustle of the tent fabric, every distant sigh of the wind, sounded amplified in the oppressive silence. Owen, usually capable of sleeping through a hurricane, was restless beside me, his breathing shallow and uneven. The logical explanation he had offered for the glowing mist. Starlight on ice crystals, seemed to hang in the air between us, a flimsy shield against a feeling that was far more ancient and unsettling. I finally drifted into a thin, troubled sleep, my mind filled with images of swirling, luminous vapor and the jagged tooth, like peaks that surrounded us. I was jolted awake by a sound. It was a soft, rhythmic splashing. My eyes snapped open in the pitch black interior of the tent. I held my breath, straining my ears. Splash, pause, splash, pause. It was methodical, deliberate. Not the sound of a fish jumping or a rock falling. It was the sound of something moving through the water with purpose. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the cold silence. My first thought was an animal. A deer, maybe, or an elk, wading into the shallows to drink. But the rhythm was wrong. It was too steady, too controlled. I slowly, carefully unzipped my sleeping bag, trying to make as little noise as possible. The nylon whispered as I moved, and the sound seemed deafening. Owen stirred but didn't wake. I crawled on my hands and knees to the front of the tent, my breath catching in my throat. My hand trembled as I reached for the zipper on the tent flap. I pulled it down just an inch, then another, creating a narrow slit through which I could peer outside. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. The glowing mist was still there, thicker now, a pulsating, pearlescent blanket covering the entire surface of the lake. And in the center of that otherworldly glow were figures. There were at least a dozen of them, their bodies silhouetted against the light emanating from the mist. They were in the water, but they weren't wading. They were swimming. They moved in a slow, graceful, perfectly synchronized circle. Their movements were fluid and hypnotic, like a strange and silent ballet. I fumbled to open the zipper wider, my scientific curiosity warring with a primal urge to scream and hide. I scrambled back and shook Owen's shoulder, my hand clamped over his mouth before he could make a sound. "Owen, wake up," I hissed, my voice tight with terror. "Wake up, you have to see this. Be quiet." He woke with a start, his eyes wide in the darkness. He tried to speak, but I just shook my head frantically and pointed towards the tent flap. He crawled forward, his movements stiff with confusion and alarm. He peered through the opening, and I heard him draw in a sharp, ragged breath. He was silent for a long moment, and in that silence, I felt a terrifying validation. I wasn't hallucinating. This was real. We watched them together, too modern. Logical people kneeling in a flimsy nylon dome, staring at an impossible scene. They were too far away to make out fine details, but we could see enough. They were not human. Their forms were wrong. They were impossibly long and slender, with limbs that seemed to stretch and bend at angles that defied anatomy. They moved through the frigid alpine water with an effortless grace, their heads breaking the surface only occasionally. When they did, we could see no discernible features, only smooth, pale shapes that caught the eerie light of the mist. They had no boats, no gear, nothing. They were simply in the lake. The rhythmic splashing was the sound of their hands or arms, breaking the surface in perfect unison as they swam their unending circle. It was a sound that should have been peaceful, but here, in this isolated basin, under a sky full of cold, distant stars, it was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of a ritual. "What are they?" Owen breathed, his voice so low I could barely hear it. The engineer in him was fighting for control, searching for data points, for an explanation. Some kind of bioluminescent algae, and in seals. Could someone have introduced freshwater seals up here? The words sounded absurd as soon as they left his lips. We both knew it. Seals. In a landlocked alpine lake thousands of feet above sea level. It was the desperate grasping of a rational mind, trying to shield itself from a reality it was not equipped to handle. "They're not seals, Owen," I whispered back, my eyes glued to the figures. "Look at them." As we watched, their pattern shifted. The circle broke apart, and they began to swim towards the center of the lake, their movements still uncannily synchronized. They gathered in a tight cluster, their long forms weaving around each other in the glowing water. The mist seemed to brighten, its pearlescent light intensifying until it was difficult to look at directly. The air grew colder, a deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air and everything to do with the scene unfolding before us. I could feel the warmth leaching from my body, replaced by a bone, deep dread. We were witnessing something ancient, something that had no place in our world of textbooks and blueprints. This was a secret the mountains had kept, a ceremony performed in a place where no human eyes were meant to see it. The piece of red cloth I'd seen tied to the tree flashed in my mind, a warning, a boundary marker. We had crossed it. Then, as one, they began to submerge. One moment, a figure was there, a long, pale silhouette against the light. The next, it would glide beneath the surface without a ripple, disappearing into the turquoise depths. One by one, they vanished. The rhythmic splashing stopped, plunging the basin back into an absolute, profound silence. With each disappearance, the glowing mist seemed to dim, its light fading as if its power source was being extinguished. When the last, slender form slipped beneath the water, the mist gave one final, gentle pulse, and then it was gone. The lake was dark again. The starlight reflected on its surface, a normal, natural sight that now seemed like a cheap imitation of what we had just witnessed. The world had returned to the way it should be. But it was a lie. We knew what was beneath the surface. We stayed there for what felt like hours, kneeling at the opening of our tent, staring out at the black water. Neither of us spoke. There were no words. What could we say? How could Owen's physics or my botany explain what we had just seen? Our carefully constructed world, built on a foundation of logic and evidence, had been shattered. All our preparation, our maps, our gear, it was all a child's game. A foolish attempt to impose order on a world that contained things that operated by rules we couldn't even begin to comprehend. Finally, shivering with cold and fear, we zipped the tent shut, plunging ourselves into absolute darkness. But closing our eyes did nothing. The image was seared onto the inside of my eyelids. The glowing mist, the circle of pale, slender figures moving with impossible grace. The silence outside was no longer a comfort. It was heavy, expectant. It was the silence of a place that was holding its breath, waiting. We didn't know what we had seen, but we knew one thing with chilling certainty. We were intruders, and we were not alone. Dawn arrived not with warmth and hope, but as a cold, gray infiltration of our terror. Sleep had been impossible. We had spent the remaining hours of the night, huddled together in our sleeping bags, flinching at every sound, our bodies rigid with fear. The silence that followed the disappearance of figures and their mist was somehow worse than the rhythmic splashing. It was a void, a heavy, listening silence that felt saturated with the memory of what it had held. When the first weak light of morning finally seeped through the tent fabric, it offered no relief, only a grim illumination of our prison, The majestic granite peaks that had awed us the day before now looked like tombstones encircling the lake. We moved without speaking, a silent, frantic choreography of escape. The familiar, comforting routine of a campsite morning, the hiss of the stove, the smell of coffee, the quiet planning of the day's hike, was gone. It was replaced by a desperate, fumbling haste. Every action was purely functional. Stuff the sleeping bags, collapse the tent, cram everything into our packs. We didn't look at each other. I think we were both afraid of what we would see in the other's eyes. The same raw, undiluted terror that was churning in our own guts. But even in our fear, the scientists in us, the logicians, made one last, desperate stand. Before we fled, we had to know. We had to look for evidence. For some tangible proof that would either confirm our madness or ground the impossible events of the night in the physical world. With our packs on our backs, ready for immediate flight, we walked the shoreline. We scanned the damp earth and the smooth, water-worn stones around the entire perimeter of the lake. We were looking for anything: footprints, drag marks, a piece of skin, a scale, anything that would prove something had been there. We found nothing. Absolutely nothing. The ground was undisturbed, save for our own boot prints from the day before. There were no tracks leading into or out of the water. There was no sign that any living creature, human or otherwise, had been near the lake. It was as if they had materialized from the water itself and then dissolved back into it, leaving no trace. This utter lack of evidence was, in its own way, more horrifying than finding a monstrous footprint. It meant that the rules of our world, of cause and effect, of physical presence, did not apply here. What we had seen was not of our reality. That was the final straw. The last thread of our rational world snapped. Owen grabbed my arm, his face pale and gaunt. We're leaving. Now. The hike out was a paranoid frenzy. We were no longer hikers enjoying the wilderness. We were prey fleeing a predator we couldn't see. We abandoned the steady, energy-conserving pace of experienced backpackers and practically ran down the mountain. We stumbled over rocks that we had carefully navigated on the way up. We crashed through undergrowth, ignoring the branches that whipped at our faces and tore at our clothes. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the wind, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The forest was no longer a beautiful, complex ecosystem. It was a living, breathing entity, and it was watching us. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like grasping fingers. The shadows seemed to twist into unnatural shapes in my peripheral vision. I felt their eyes on my back, the cold, featureless gaze of the swimmers from the deep. We didn't speak a word for hours. Our breath came in ragged gasps, our hearts pounding from fear as much as exertion. The shared, unspoken terror was a palpable thing between us, a third presence on the trail. The world had been stripped of its beauty. The majestic vistas were now just terrifyingly empty spaces. The quiet of the forest was the quiet of ambush. We reached the gnarled pine where we had seen the tattered piece of red cloth. It was still there, fluttering like a final, mocking wave goodbye. As we hurried past, Owen stopped dead, his eyes fixed on the ground near the base of the tree. "Hazel," he croaked. Lying half-buried in the pine needles was a boot, a modern hiking boot, not unlike our own. It was caked in mud and looked like it had been there for months, maybe even a year. But that wasn't what made the blood freeze in my veins. Tied securely around the bootless eyelet is another piece of red cloth, identical to the one on the tree. It was a marker, a sign left by someone else. Someone who had come this way, seen something, and tried to leave a warning. Or perhaps they had never left at all. We didn't investigate further. We didn't want to know. We turned and fled, a fresh wave of terror propelling us forward. That boot was a confirmation that we were not the first. It was a symbol of what this place could do, how it could swallow people whole, leaving behind only a single, pathetic artifact as a testament to their existence. The last mile to the trailhead felt like an eternity. When we finally broke through the trees and saw our car standing in the dusty, empty parking lot, I almost collapsed with relief. It was a symbol of our world, a machine of steel and logic and internal combustion. We threw our packs in the trunk, slammed the doors, and locked them, as if that could keep the memory of the mountains out. Owen fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly, he couldn't get the key into the ignition. I took them from him, my own hands not much steadier, and started the engine. The roar of the motor was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. The drive back to civilization was conducted in near total silence. As the gravel road turned back into pavement, and the first signs of life, a fence, a mailbox, another car, began to appear. The tension in the car did not lessen. We were leaving the sawtooths behind, but the sawtooths were not leaving us. We had seen behind a curtain we never knew existed, and the knowledge of what was there could not be unseen. In the weeks and months that followed, we tried to return to our lives. We went back to our jobs, to our world of botany and engineering. We tried to bury the memory of Goat Lake under a mountain of data, logic, and routine. But it was always there, a cold spot in our minds. Sometimes, in the middle of a meeting, or while analyzing a dataset, the image of the glowing mist and the pale, slender figures would flash in my mind, and I would feel that same bone, deep chill. Owen became withdrawn, prone to staring into space for long periods. The easy confidence he once had in the laws of physics was gone, replaced by a deep-seated uncertainty. We never spoke of it again, not even to each other. There were no words for it, and to speak of it would be to give it more power, to admit that it had broken us. And who would we tell? Who would believe the story of the botanist and the engineer who saw impossible things in a mountain lake? They would say we were tired, that we were suffering from altitude sickness, that we had imagined it all. And maybe in our weakest moments, we tried to believe that too. But we know what we saw. We know that we are not alone in the universe. But the things that share it with us are not from the stars. They are from the deep, dark, and ancient places of our own world. There are secrets hidden in the high, lonely places, secrets that defy our science and our understanding. We were lucky to escape with our lives. Or maybe, we were unlucky enough to escape with the knowledge. The knowledge that the solid, predictable world we live in is just a thin, fragile veneer, and that just beneath the surface, in the cold, dark water, something else is waiting. My name is Micah Thorne. For 6 years, I had the privilege and the burden of serving as a wilderness ranger with the U.S. Forest Service, stationed in the sprawling, enigmatic expanse of the Twain National Forest in southern Missouri. It's a title that, to most people, conjures images of a friendly, smoky bear type. Someone who points families toward the best picnic spots and ensures the campfire regulations are posted clearly. The reality of the job, especially in the deep backcountry, is a far cry from that gentle picture. It's a role that demands a unique blend of biologist, law enforcement officer, survivalist, and more often than not, a silent witness to things that defy easy explanation. The Ozarks are an ancient place, one of the oldest mountain ranges in North America. They don't stab at the sky like the Rockies or the Sierras. They roll and fold into themselves, a labyrinth of limestone bluffs, dense oak, hickory forests, and hollows so deep the sun only reaches floors for a few minutes at midday. The water in the streams, like the current and the Jack's Fork, runs so clear it looks like liquid glass, fed by a massive network of underground springs. It's a place of profound, almost intimidating beauty. But that beauty has a dark twin of profound, an unnerving isolation. When you're 10 miles from the nearest dirt road, the world you left behind ceases to feel real. The silence isn't just an absence of noise. It's a physical presence pressing in on you, broken only by the cry of a hawk or the rustle of something unseen in the undergrowth. My duties were varied. I'd spend weeks on trail maintenance, clearing fallen trees with a crosscut saw, and a prayer that I wouldn't throw out my back. I'd conduct wildlife surveys, counting deer populations or tracking the movements of the small, elusive black bear population. And, of course, I patrolled. My patrol area was one of the most remote sections of the forest, a federally designated area known as the Irish Wilderness. The name itself is a story. It dates back to the mid-19th century, when a wave of Irish immigrants, fleeing the famine, were settled in the area. The land was unforgiving, the isolation absolute. Within a generation, the settlement had vanished. No one knows for sure what happened. Some say they were driven out by the harsh conditions. Others whisper that they were victims of post-Civil War bushwhacker violence. And some of the old-timers, the ones whose families have clung to the edges of these hills for centuries, say they just got swallowed by the wilderness itself. That they disturbed something ancient in the hills, something that didn't take kindly to being disturbed. As a ranger, you learn to file those stories away. You operate on facts, on what you can see and touch and record in your logbook. I'd seen my share of oddities, the kind of rural weirdness that's part and parcel of the Ozarks. I'd found abandoned moonshine stills, their copper coils green with age, hidden so deep in the woods you had to wonder at the sheer effort involved. I'd seen strange, indecipherable symbols carved into the bark of ancient trees. Symbols that didn't match any Native American or pioneer markings I'd ever studied. I once spent a whole night listening to a sound that was like a woman weeping, a sound my training told me was a bobcat, but my gut told me was something else entirely. You see these things, you hear these things, and you learn to rationalize them. You have to, or the loneliness will eat you alive. You explain it away, you make a note, and you move on. Because nothing, in all my training or all my experience, could have prepared me for what I found on that late autumn day, in the heart of the Irish wilderness. I was on the third day of a 5-day solo patrol, a routine check on the condition of the northern loop of the Whites Creek Trail. The air was crisp, carrying the damp, loamy scent of decaying leaves. The canopy above was a riot of color: burnt orange, fiery red, and pale gold, and the low-angled afternoon sun sent long, distorted shadows stretching across the forest floor. It was quiet. Too quiet. The usual chatter of squirrels and birds had fallen silent, a subtle shift in the environment that always put a ranger on edge. It's the kind of silence that means a predator is near. I slowed my pace, my hand resting on the can of bear spray on my hip, my eyes scanning the dense brush around me. That's when I felt it. It wasn't a sound or a sight, but a pull. A strange, almost magnetic compulsion to leave the marked trail and head west, deeper into a section of woods that was particularly rugged and untraveled. Every instinct, every bit of my training, screamed at me to stay on the path. Going off trail in a place like this alone is how you end up as a headline. But the feeling was overwhelming, a psychic hook that tugged at the base of my skull. Against my better judgment, I relented, telling myself I was just following a hunch, maybe checking for signs of illegal poaching. I pushed through a thicket of wild blackberry, thorns that tore at my canvas pants, my boots sinking into the soft, undisturbed earth. After another 100 yards, I saw the oak tree. It was a titan, a true old-growth giant. Its trunk at least 6 feet in diameter, and its lowest branches starting 50 feet up. It was the kind of tree that felt like the anchor of the entire forest, and wrapped around its ancient, gnarled trunk was the most surreal and terrifyingly incongruous sight I have ever witnessed. It was a staircase. It wasn't a crude ladder or a set of wooden steps someone had nailed to the tree. It was a perfectly fabricated, ornate, wrought iron spiral staircase. The iron was a deep, matte black, showing no signs of rust or wear, despite the humidity of the Missouri woods. Its design was intricate, with delicate, leaf-wick patterns worked into the balusters, a stark, industrial elegance that was utterly alien to the wilderness surrounding it. It spiraled upward, hugging the trunk of the massive oak, climbing higher and higher until it disappeared into the dense canopy of leaves above. There was no treehouse, no platform visible from the ground, no sign of any structure it might lead to. It was just a staircase ascending to nowhere. My first thoughts were practical, professional. Who built this? How did they get the materials out here? It would have taken a team of men and heavy equipment, none of which could have reached this spot without cutting a massive, obvious swath through the forest. There was no such path. I walked the perimeter of the tree, my boots crunching on the leaves. There were no footprints other than my own. No discarded bolts. No scraps of metal, no sign of construction whatsoever. It was as if it had simply appeared, willed into existence. A cold, heavy dread began to settle in my stomach, a primal fear that bypassed all my training and logic. This was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to back away slowly, to return to the trail, to hike until I hit the road and never, ever mention what I had seen, to pretend it was a hallucination, a trick of the fatigue and the fading light. But I couldn't. My duty as a ranger was to investigate, to document. And a more powerful, more dangerous force, my own human curiosity, had taken hold. I had to know. I had to know what was at the top. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. I reached out a hand, my fingers trembling slightly, and touched the railing. The iron was shockingly cold, a deep, unnatural cold that seemed to suck the warmth right out of my skin. It felt ancient and alive. Taking a deep, ragged breath that did nothing to calm me, I placed my boot on the first step. It made no sound. I took another, and then another. I was climbing. The climb was the strangest, most unnerving experience of my life. Each step I took was a silent rebellion against every survival instinct I had honed over years in the wilderness. My boots, which had crunched and snapped on every twig and stone on the forest floor, made no sound on the wrought, iron steps. It was a complete and total absorption of sound, as if the metal itself was a vacuum. The only noise was the frantic, ragged puff of my own breath, and the blood roaring in my ears, a sound that grew louder and more insistent with every foot I gained in elevation. The world began to change as I ascended. The air, which had been crisp and cool with the scent of autumn, grew heavy and still. The temperature dropped noticeably, the kind of damp cellar cold that seeps into your bones. The rich, vibrant colors of the forest canopy, the reds, oranges, and golds that had been so brilliant just moments before, seemed to mute and fade. It was as if I were climbing through a grayscale filter, leaving the living, breathing world behind me. The intricate ironwork of the railing was slick and cold beneath my gripping hand, and I found myself staring at the delicate leaf, like patterns, wondering if they were leaves from a type of tree that no longer existed. About halfway up, maybe 40 feet off the ground, a wave of vertigo so powerful it nearly unseated me washed over my senses. I froze, pressing my body flat against the central column of the staircase, my eyes squeezed shut. The urge to retreat, to scramble back down to the safety of the solid earth, was a physical force. I could almost feel the soft loam and the bed of leaves under my boots. I could almost smell the familiar scent of pine and damp soil. It was the world I knew, the world that made sense. But when I opened my eyes, my gaze was fixed upward, toward the unseen top of the stairs. The strange compulsion that had drawn me from the trail was still there. Stronger now, a silent command that drowned out my fear. I had to keep going. I had to see. As I continued my ascent, the silence deepened until it was absolute. The forest wasn't just quiet, it was gone. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the hum of insects, all of it had been erased. I was in a pocket of profound nothingness, a bubble of unreality clinging to the side of an ancient tree. I risked a glance down. The forest floor seemed much farther away than it should have been, the perspective skewed and distorted, as if viewed through a warped lens. The ground looked flat and unreal, a painted backdrop. I felt a dizzying sense of detachment, as if the man climbing these stairs wasn't me, but someone I was watching from a great, safe distance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of climbing, my head and shoulders rose above the level of the highest leaves. I had reached the top. The staircase ended in a small, circular platform, no more than 5 feet in diameter, constructed of the same matte black iron. It was completely empty. There was no structure, no shelter, no purpose. It was simply a viewing platform, offering a breathtaking and terrifying panorama of the Ozark Hills. From here, I could see for miles in every direction. The forest canopy stretched out below me like a vast, undulating green and gold ocean. The rolling hills receded into the distance, fading into a hazy blue against the horizon. It was a view no human was ever meant to see, a perspective reserved for the eagles and the hawks. I stood there for a long moment, my knuckles white where I gripped the railing, the wind cold against my face. The sheer absurdity of the situation was staggering. The effort, the resources, the sheer madness of building such a thing in such a remote place, all for a view. It made no sense. A profound sense of anti-climax washed over me, mingled with relief. It was just a staircase, a bizarre, inexplicable, and ultimately pointless folly. I had let my imagination get the better of me, spooked by old legends and the deep wood silence. I took one last look at the endless sea of trees, and was about to turn and begin the long, careful climb down when my boot scraped against the platform surface. It made a scratching sound. I looked down. Where my boot had dragged, it had scraped away a thin layer of grime and lichen, revealing a mark in the iron beneath. It wasn't a random scratch. It was a letter. Indeed, my heart, which had just begun to slow to a normal rhythm, kicked back into a frantic, hammering beat. I knelt, my knees protesting against the cold, hard iron. I used my gloved finger to rub away more of the grime. More letters appeared, forming a word. Then another. They were English words, scratched into the metal with a desperate, frantic energy. It wasn't one message, but the same phrase, carved over and over and over again, the letters overlapping in a chaotic, maddening pattern. Some of the carvings looked fresh, the lines sharp and clean. Others were worn and faint, as if they had been there for centuries. Exposed to the elements, they all said the same thing. Dion, Lo T O W. The words seemed to scream at me from the floor of the platform. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror, cold and sharp, pierced through me. It was a command, a warning, a plea from whoever else had stood on this platform. My blood ran cold. The wind, which had been a steady breeze, now seemed to whisper, to coil around me like a living thing. The air grew thick, heavy with a palpable sense of malevolence. And of course, the command had the immediate opposite effect. It was a dare, a challenge, an unbearable temptation. I had to look. Slowly, reluctantly. Fighting against every instinct, I forced myself to my feet. I gripped the railing so hard I thought the metal might bend. I shuffled to the edge of the platform, my boots trembling. I took a shuddering breath and forced my gaze downward, over the edge. The forest was gone. It wasn't there anymore. The endless sea of green and gold, the ancient hills, the very ground itself had vanished. In its place was a swirling, churning, bottomless abyss of pure black. It was not the simple black of darkness or shadow. It was a void, a pit of absolute nothingness that seemed to writhe and pulse with a life of its own. It was the color of a starless sky, the color of a dead eye, the color of utter despair. And it was not silent. A sound began to rise from the chasm, a faint whisper at first, that grew and grew into a horrifying chorus. It was a cacophony of voices, thousands of them, all whispering at once, their words just on the edge of comprehension. They were sibilant and seductive, weaving in and out of each other, promising release, promising knowledge, promising an end to all pain. I felt them brush against my mind, trying to find purchase, trying to pull me in. And with the whispers came a pull, a tangible physical force that tugged at my body, urging me to let go of the railing, to lean forward, to take that one final step into the beautiful, welcoming emptiness. I wanted to. God help me, I wanted to fall. My body trembled, caught in a terrible equilibrium between the solid iron railing under my hands and the siren call of the abyss. The whispers intensified, weaving a tapestry of temptation in my mind. They spoke of an end to struggle, an end to loneliness, an end to the quiet ache of being human. They promised a unity with the vast, silent, starless dark. It was the most seductive promise I had ever heard. My grip on the railing began to loosen. My knuckles, which had been white with tension, relaxed. I felt my weight shift forward, my body leaning out into the empty space. A strange sense of peace began to settle over me, a calm acceptance of the fall. The cacophony of voices was coalescing into a single, beautiful harmony, a lullaby for the end of everything. This is it, I thought. This is how it ends. Not with a bang but a whisper, And then something cut through the noise. It was a smell. Faint, almost imperceptible, but sharp and real. It was the smell of wood smoke. It was the smell of my father's fireplace on a cold winter night. The smell of camping trips with my brother. The smell of the pot. Bellied stove in the remote ranger cabin I used as a base. It was the smell of home, of warmth of life. That simple sensory input was an anchor, a tether back to the world I had left behind. It was a world of pain and effort and imperfection, but it was real. The void below me was a lie. Its peace was the peace of oblivion. The spell shattered. The beautiful harmony of the whispers resolved back into a horrifying, discordant shriek. The pull of the void became a violent, hungry clawing, trying to drag me over the edge. A surge of adrenaline, pure and potent, flooded my system. It was the raw, animal instinct for self-preservation. The desperate flight response that has kept our species alive for millennia. I didn't just step back. I threw myself backward, away from the railing, sprawling onto the hard, cold iron of the platform. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my body that was exquisitely, beautifully real. I scrambled on all fours like a terrified animal, not daring to stand. I found the opening to the staircase and plunged my legs down, my feet finding the steps with clumsy, frantic haste. I didn't climb down. I fell down, my back scraping against the central pillar, my hands slipping on the railing. The silent, sound-absorbing quality of the staircase was gone. Now every step I took produced a deafening, metallic clang, a resonant bell-like toll that echoed not in the air, but inside my skull. The cold of the iron was no longer just a lack of heat. It was an active, biting cold that burned my skin through my gloves and clothes. I risked a glance upward and saw the blackness of the void, seeping over the edge of the platform like thick, black oil, beginning to pour down the spiral staircase after me. The whispers were no longer seductive. They were furious, shrieking promises of agony, spitting curses in 1,000 dead languages. I didn't look up again. I moved with a reckless speed that defied safety, my only thought to get to the bottom. My foot slipped. For a terrifying second, I was airborne. I landed hard on the steps below, my ankle twisting with a sickening crunch. Pain, white, hot and blinding, shot up my leg. I cried out, a raw, guttural sound of terror and agony. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. I half-climbed, half-slid the rest of the way down, the tolling of the steps and the shrieking of the void chasing me all the way. My feet hit the forest floor. The impact was jarring, but the feeling of solid, living earth beneath me was the most profound relief I have ever known. The world snapped back into existence. The colors of the forest flooded my vision. The sounds of the wilderness rushed back into my ears, and the clean, damp smell of the earth filled my lungs. I was back. I was on the ground. I didn't look back at the staircase. I couldn't bear to. I didn't know if the void was still there, or if the forest had reclaimed its place. I didn't care. I ran. I ignored the searing pain in my ankle. I ignored the trail. I ran with the wild, panic energy of a spooked deer, crashing through underbrush, stumbling over roots, driven by a terror so profound it eclipsed all other sensations. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't slow. I ran until my lungs were on fire and my legs were jelly, until the pain in my ankle was a roaring fire that consumed my entire being. I finally collapsed at the base of a sycamore tree, miles from that terrible place, and lay there, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably as the sun began to set. The rest of the patrol is a blur. I splinted my ankle as best I could and limped my way back to the trailhead, a journey that took me the better part of 2 days. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that swirling, black abyss and felt the pull of its terrible gravity. When I finally reached my truck, I didn't file a report. What could I possibly have written? Found ornate staircase wrapped around a tree. Leads to a platform that overlooks a gateway to hell. Ankle sprained during panicked retreat. They would have sent me for a psychiatric evaluation. They would have taken my badge and my career. So I said nothing. I told my supervisor I had twisted my ankle chasing off some poachers, a plausible and unremarkable lie. But I couldn't go back. I knew I could never set foot in the Irish wilderness again. The thought of it filled me with a cold, stomach-churning dread. A few weeks later, I submitted my resignation, citing personal reasons. My colleagues were surprised, but no one questioned it too deeply. The wilderness chews people up and spits them out. It's the nature of the job. I moved away from the Ozarks. I have a desk job now, in a city where the tallest structures are made of steel and glass, and the only voids are the empty spaces between skyscrapers. But I'm not free. Some nights, I wake up in a cold sweat, a memory of the fall fresh in my mind, the whispers still echoing in the silence of my room. I can still feel the unnatural cold of that iron railing on my hands. I don't know what that staircase was. A doorway, a trap, a scar on the landscape, left by something ancient and unknowable. I only know that it is still there, deep in the heart of the Missouri woods, wrapped around that ancient oak tree. It's waiting, it's always waiting. Some things are not meant to be found, and some doors are not meant to be opened. I was lucky. I stood on the threshold of madness, looked into the abyss, and somehow, I found my way back. But a part of me never left that platform. A part of me is still falling.